Alright, you know how we start this whole thing. Roll call.
Ryan.
Kyle.
Mikey.
And Steven! Welcome back, everybody, to episode 14 of our Misty Fortune and Absent Hearts campaign as we continue our journey through the Seer. When we last encountered our displaced adventuring party from the Forgotten Realms, the party had returned back to Orsnu, this time celebrated as local heroes, as they successfully defended the village against an attack on two fronts, one by the White Laszlo and another by the necromancer, Lady Glovia Falinescu. As the party recovered from the evening's events, exposed Glovia's plots, and further cemented their good graces with the village, they re-met Silverasia, the girl woman that began this adventure that we find ourselves in. Speaking with her, learning of the Vistani, insular family groups living a nomadic lifestyle through the woods of Barovia. Tightly knit, traditional, deeply cultured, and possessing the sight, a sort of magical inclination that may be able to assist the party in returning back to their home. The party set out to find these Vistanis, located seemingly a day away from the village of Orsnu. However, also learning that the hag Jenny Greenteeth, a unseelie fae who calls the Quivering Forest her home and her domain, had also been spotted in the woods of Barovia. Alder himself noticing what seems to be a very ghost story from Flan's own history has found its way to haunt what is called the Svalich Woods in Barovia. But being deterred not and saving that fight for another day, the party entered into the Quivering Forest. There, as the party searched for this Vistani tribe, they came upon what I now know is a sleuth or sloth of bears. Hunting them down, the party engaged in a ferocious fight, with Jove losing himself to the call of the beast that resides within him. The party, while victorious, had to restrain Jove and stop him from attacking the very own. As Virgil told Jove, that's strike one. The party eventually came upon the Vistani camp, met the Bogorovs, a family Vistani known for their performances. They are greeted by the elderly head of the family, Elias, the captain of the Bogorovs. With a gift of wine and open hands, the party was invited to join the Vistani. There they enjoyed supper, shared drinks, participated in the prostinata, a fast and seductive dance rarely shown to outsiders, commonly referred to as gregorios. Each of the members of the party attempted to keep pace with the prostinata, with Jove and Virgil finding their heavy feet ill-suited for such a fast dance. But Alder, and a little bit of fire resistance at his aid, was able to keep up, dancing along the entirety of the prostinata and sharing a kiss with one of the Vistani woman in her mid-20s named Annika. The party rested for the evening after conversing with Captain Elias, who tasked them with delivering a gift from the young Vistani Donani. Donani is to be engaged to a Moslaveric woman, another Vistani tribe named Layla. And whilst their wedding is to commence in the following days, the families are forbidden by tradition to seeing one another. Elias warns the party that Layla's affections have perhaps been turned by a Mortu, Hansi. The Mortu being an outcast of the Vistani, those who have been cast out from the family. And the Duroc, an evening story by Elias, further cemented this negative nature that, that Hansi finds himself in. However, Migamortu has not stopped Hansi in his pursuit of Layla, and Donane and the rest of the Bogorovs grow worried. Should the party wish to receive their knowledge and their aid, perhaps learning more about the mists of Barovia, and perhaps an opportunity to leave these dark lands, the party is tasked with finding the Moslaverics and delivering this wedding gift, a beautiful, delicate fan with floral inscriptions that smells like a sweet summer breeze. All they're being able to recognize a fan of wind that is being presented as a wedding gift, should Layla's affection stay true, and should her heart be turned to return with a Bogorov family heirloom, a necklace that has been given to Layla as a sign of their upcoming marriage. We return now to our party, as they rest safely within the confines of the Bogorov's family camp. Sleeping by the large bonfire, their bedrolls set out for the evening, joining the large family unit. While it is still very much winter, the enormous bonfire keeps the worst of the chill away. The dreams find each and every one of you. The same similar trappings that have followed you in the evenings before. Jove, your dreams of dark forests, hunting through the night, losing yourself to the beast that resides within you now. Not the reassuring companionship of Aquila, but a wild creature. One that has put you in danger now. You watch third person as you see this beast of yourself stalk through the night. The shadows of your friends and family fall. And while your rational mind would typically scream out at this horrific sight, the beast in you seems content. Alder, once again you see out into that dark expanse, where once a voice beyond time, beyond space would call out to you. You are met with the silence of your own mind. No light shines in any direction. Like a snuffed out candle, you drift through your dreams. And like a pinprick of stars just bursting through a heavy clouded night sky, you see that amber light. A beckoning once more. As you draw yourself nearer and nearer, the speck becomes a dazzle. A dazzle to nearly a torch. Torch to bonfire, bonfire to inferno. But the amber light does not burn. It's cold. Enveloping. You feel it lay across your skin. An embrace, intimate as a lover and quiet as the grave. Virgil. No longer stuck to the confines of the Hare and the Hare. You drift through the forest. See the bonfire. Watch its light dance along your sleeping form. Your companions resting beside you. And the shadow takes shape once more. standing over your form, its shadow cast across your own body. You feel that cold, sharp sensation in your neck once more. And the three of you all awake, not with a howl or sweat, but with a shudder. As the day begins anew, dark, heavily clouded. It's hard to even sense that it's morning, but you can see already around you the Vistani begin to stir. Begin preparing, start refeeding this large bonfire. You can see that its heat has kept almost this beautiful circle around the camp, as snow has begun to pile up on top of some of the Vardos, the colored wagons the Vistani use as lodgings. The sound of a storm crackles through the morning air. A threat of perhaps more dastardly weather. The day is yours, adventurers.
Who's ready for some important rolls? That is a 3 and a 6. 2 low rolls.
Received.
I'm gonna go up to one of the Vistani and say, did anybody come into our tent last night, other than us, of course?
You see a young Bastani man alongside a few others who are kind of help refeeding the fire and look at you puzzled and shake their heads, seemingly confused by said question. But no, just us for the evening. You slept like a rock. And they all, start shoving each other and begin laughing in the morning. Returning the answer with, staying for breakfast.
I mean, I certainly would love to, but I am at the behest of my traveling partners over here, so I'll see how they're feeling.
Then let us move quickly. As you can hear, more and more of the Vistani waking and rousing. Pots and pans you can hear start to kind of clatter together as people begin the kind of communal breakfast.
Well, fellas, it looks like we have been invited for breakfast if we're not in a hurry to get out of here.
I'd hate to say no to such nice hospitality. Plus, smells like they're cooking something good over there, so.
I figured I would have the halfling on my side.
I don't think we're in any pressing rush, so some good breakfast, I think, is a good way to start the day. Let's go for it.
And already you guys can start smelling the myriad of spices that begin to hit the air. You can hear a small kind of clucking coming from one of the Vordus as a number of eggs are brought out. Fresh eggs with spices, a little bit of meat that has been saved, all kind of thrown up together in a big scramble. It's savory and equally spiced. What is everybody's spice tolerance here? As just kind of a nice flavor question. What's everybody's kind of take on that for their character?
All the spice.
The Fire Genasi, all about it.
Yes.
I would say Jove has a pretty good tolerance for it, considering he's traveled a lot and had the opportunity to try different cuisines. Doesn't mean that he loves it as hot as Alder, but he's not going to refuse something because it's too spicy.
I think that Virgil, in the past, working with the Lord's Alliance and all that, would have had some tolerance, but in his past considerable amount of time with even Esma has probably lost a considerable portion of that tolerance, as he has not been as exposed to it as most.
As the kind of spices and aroma of the morning meal kind of hits the air, Alder and Jove, you're immediately noses turn and twitch. And Jove, I'll say with your enhanced olfactory senses now, it just brings so much extra to the food, especially compared to kind of the more bland cuisine you've had either out on the road or back at Orsnu. Spices are not in high supplies, but here, so much more powerful. Virgil, you can, when you smell some spicy wings and you get that kind of salivating on the sides of your tongue, scrunches up your nose, you can feel that start to hit from this kind of morning breakfast scramble. And it's all the better part of probably about 20 or so minutes before 3 mismatched bowls with this spicy dish is served up to you. Alder, you lock eyes once again with Annika. Her dark hair, kind of like a leather corsets around. She's got, think very kind of Esmeralda, that same sky blue that you see Elias and many of this family of the Stani tribe wear. Dangling kind of like these flowy ribbons that do like a full kind of winter dress that still kind of twirls and moves. And she looks at you with a wicked smile as she serves each one of you.
He gives the smile back.
Go ahead and give me a charisma roll. Go ahead and just add your charisma modifier to it.
Okay, I will add nothing to this roll. Oh, okay. 16 though.
16.
Flat.
You see a flash of red go across her face, matching the red of your own skin for just a moment, as she twirls off and looks a second glance back as she moves to refill and begin serving food to the rest of the Vistani. You can't help but to catch her eyes as she moves from group to group, looking back at you, seeing that same flare of red.
Yeah, it's a little bit of eye tag right now, I think, for both of them.
Indeed.
Is Elias here for breakfast?
Yeah, you see Elias. He is already having people organize, move things around, directing the family. You can see he goes over and catches the back of the ear of one of the children of the camp as they kind of fuss about their food, and gets the back of their ear and gives them kind of a hard yet whimsical look as the child immediately looks back at the food and begins to eat, seemingly enjoying his kind of morning routine of getting the family up and ready.
Yeah,
he's got the same. Go for it.
I was just gonna ask: Are they like getting ready, as in like they are gonna like breaking down and moving the camp, or are they just like living life in this camp right now?
It looks like they are softly preparing to get moving, likely to prepare for eventually moving to the wedding. And getting the family all together, but they're not in like full pack up, let's get going. It's an easy morning for them. More tradition and ritual and getting everyone together. It's not one person getting up, it's everybody's getting up.
Joe. Well then, Jove would approach Elias and kind of give him a good morning, hello, and say, well, the Vistani hospitality is not just a story, so really appreciate you hosting us here, Elias.
Not a problem at all. You've been a very warm welcome to me and the family. I hope you'll enjoy the morning food. Not all Jordy will appreciate our spice.
It is a little hot for my tongue, but I like a challenge, especially when it comes to food. But Elias, I did have a question for you before we go out and start putting forward on this task that you've set us on. And I know you were talking about them or two, those exiles from the family. I'm just curious. Is there any talk of these Mortu making a family of their own? I've seen in other parts of the world of exiles, well, making their own clan. Just as we're walking into this, I just want to be aware if there's any connections that this Hansi folk might have with other of his branded fellows.
It is not often that someone receives the title of Mortu. It is rare, as it is despicable. Most Mortus will slink back to a Gregorio village. Perhaps they might find acceptance. But for Mortu to band with other Mortu, it's unheard of. So he kind of shakes his head and ponders the idea.
Well, that's at least somewhat comforting. And sorry if you already went over this the other night, but this Hansi fellow that seems to be pulling at the heartstrings of Layla, you don't have any sort of description, a physical description of him, just in case we see somebody out in the woods who's not so willing to reveal who they are.
I have not personally met this Hansi. I've been told that he has dark hair, dark eyes. When Vistani leave and are made Mortu, their scarves are taken. You see a young man, typically with pierced ears, of copper or brass, bearing no colorful scarves. You will likely have found yourself in front of Mortu.
Have you ever had to make somebody a Mortu?
In my lifetime as a captain, no. But I have seen it done. It is both a shame and anguish, but also right by tradition. There's no small task, nor simple sentence to be stripped of what makes you Vistani.
Suppose this is sour talk for a beautiful morning, but just wanted to go in prepared. I know we're strangers in this strange land, and just want to make sure that we're on the right path here. So, thank you again for your hospitality, Elias. I imagine me and my compatriots here will start making our moves here sooner rather than later.
Of course, before you go, let me give you some guidance. And he produces kind of a roughly drawn map from kind of their camp over to where the most of the barracks are set up. It's not particularly a great map with kind of your experience with them, but it should get you in the right direction.
And through this conversation, I would like to have Asilios kind of on my shoulder, and like I imagine, like while we're all looking at the map, that Asilios is also kind of turning his head to try and drink in what he can of the map.
Asilos looks at the map and gives a nod, leans down with you, inspects it, gives a affirmative. Ah!
Well, this is helpful, Elias. I consider myself something of outdoorsman and a tracker, but these forests sometimes even get a guy like me twisted around. So any guidance like this is of deep value.
Even the best of the Vistani can be turned by the mists. So the fact that you have been able to find us speaks volumes to your prowess, Jove. Do not doubt. Have heart. You see, he gives a nice, sturdy tap to your heart, right in your chest. You can see his hands are incredibly calloused. The hands of a musician. You can see that they track over each one of his fingertips, of many years of long and loving playing. And there's a warmth as he taps your chest with a smile. The sky blue scarf, leaving most of his hair pulled back. His kind of graying eyebrows, still dark, bushy, powerful.
He'll take that vote of confidence with a smile and give him a respectful nod and walk away. And then as the other folks are getting their tasks done for today, I think Jove, if there's like a little, if there's like a gathering of kids, he wants to have Asilios and himself like play like tic-tac-toe in the dirt. He'll get like a little stick and start playing Asilios in a little game to see if the kids think that's fun. So he'll spend a little bit of time doing that as Alder and Virgil um, finish up their last errands.
Jove, roll me an intelligence check.
An appropriate 7.
Asilius rolls a 16. The children are incredibly enticed and entertained watching you and Asilios. Asilios roundly beats you. Consistently. Some of the children begin to challenge Asilios, and you see Asilios makes an absolute mockery of these children as well.
Fuck them kids.
As after taking you in the best of 3 rounds, just in a quite the Raven fashion, picks apart these games against these Vistani children. Some take it in grace, some are sore losers, and one even throws some snow at Asilios, who flutters back and rude, and flutters back over to you and turns back, and he sticks out his kind of dark bird tongue out. Loser.
Jove. Jove will feed him and kind of scruffle under his neck and say, now, it's always good to win in grace.
He takes some of the food and narrows his eyes just a bit.
I know Asilios has like their own thing going on, but that's a lore accurate Raven, honestly. Like maintaining the guys, in my opinion.
Right.
It's just extremely smart. Sorry.
Yes, Asilios does have a very solid intelligence stat.
All right. Alder, once everyone is kind of breaking away from breakfast and all, he would definitely go over to see Annika.
You see Annika, as she's collected kind of the remnants of said bowls, using kind of a heated thing, like a small campfire with a heated bucket full of snow that is now turned into water and is washing off plates. And as she moves, she dances. Various people across the camp, the Bogorov's camp, are playing instruments. Not particularly all together or as one. You hear just a menagerie of different songs and speeds and tempos, and Annika just kind of moves from dish to dish, switching from song to song as it catches her attention. But as you roll up, she looks up and smiles.
Mind if I steal a moment of your time?
She brushes part of her hair back, smiles, and... Oh, and what did you mind stealing me away for?
Well, I see you're busy, so I won't keep you for too long. Although I've never seen someone so enthusiastic moving dishes. You've got a way with the way you move.
Many
I
would
don't know if
agree.
I
As
don't
she,
know if I got oh.
No, go for it. No, you go ahead. She kind of both start and stumble, and then there's that kind of awkward bit. It's like she's trying to be smooth, and you're trying to be smooth, and you're just kind of clashing over each other. Okay, you first.
I don't know if I exactly got your name last night. I properly introduced myself to you, but my name's Alden.
Annika. As she reaches out her hand to you, in this kind of like big, flashy, like ladylike, but with that same kind of like overdoneness to it. She's like, She like puts out a big ol' hand for you in like this mockery of like nobility.
Well, a lovely name, Miss Annika. Thank you for our dance last night. I was so caught in the moment I left completely caught up in the moment. So as he kind of tries to go along with this like overdone mockery as he grabs the hand and gives like a quick kiss on the knuckles.
Yay.
she she giggles. For a Gregorio, you don't have dance half bad. Most can hardly keep up with me, even if they know the Prestonada. I'm surprised. You had a lot of fire behind your dancing.
Oh, I got a lot of fire behind everything I do, sweetie. But you know, that said, we're gonna be taking off soon. But I thought it'd be rude to take off without really saying goodbye. And well, I'll be honest. Given what we do, I don't really have much of gifts or roses of the type. But I do want to give you a little something. As he grabs out a lantern from his bag and asks, "Tell me, what's your favorite color?"
Sky blue. As she twirls one of kind of this flowing scarf parts of her dress around a finger.
Sky blue. I think that's thin for someone as free as you. And tell me, when you think of an animal, something that you like or want to be, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
An animal I would want to be.
Or it could be anything in general. I just thought animal would be easy.
I would be a cat. They're graceful. Good at what they do. Excellent hunters. And they take care of themselves.
Interesting. Well, give me just one moment here as he takes out a flask of oil and starts to fill up the lantern.
She watches you intently, but also perplexed.
And you see him kind of place it on the ground as he then takes like a very like stand up tall position, almost as if he's like got a wire through him as he starts to kind of breathe. And flame produces from his hand, from his fingertips. And he goes into like almost somewhat of a trance as the flames kind of start to flicker and start to swirl and come off of his fingers as they go around and swirl in front of him. As you see them start to turn colors, swirling around and around until they start to land on that sky blue as he focuses more and more on the image of a cat and catches it there in this big grand image, but then shrinks it smaller and smaller and smaller until it's now something you could just kind of fit in your hands as he slowly lowers it into the lantern. And coming back to with that, he would then put the lid on top of the lantern and hand it over to her and say, "It's a neat little trick. I used to do this a lot on my own when I was trying to keep myself busy as a kid. Normally it doesn't last for too long, but I figured with the lantern it might hold for maybe another day or two than it normally does. And I'll just have to come back again when it goes out."
She takes the lantern and is just awestruck by it immediately. Sub magic even as a child? As she like taps her finger onto it, and you can see the cat kind of leaps up to it, then jumps back down, shining blue light. And Alder, with your passive perception, you now see that all the eyes in the camp are now watching this interaction. The whole family. You even see Elias, big old shit-eating grin, like that type of old man grin that you've seen at every dive bar or sporting event that you've ever seen. You can almost hear the chuckle that is beginning to build within him as he watches this kind of display. And she examines and twirls around with the lantern and leaves this kind of like blue light around her, a ring, a halo almost.
Now, do be careful with it, and certainly don't open it. That magic will not last for too long, so if you leave it open to the elements, it is going to just jump on out of there. Trust me, I learned the hard way with that kind of stuff.
Well, then you'll have to come back and make sure that the cat stays in the lantern.
Yeah, maybe you even want them another color next time, right?
And she smiles, lowers her eyes, and steps in very close to you, Alder. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, please don't vomit, comic bro. Come on, not now.
Important roll 3.
Port roll 3. It could have been a disaster, folks. It could have been a disaster.
Wow.
Oh my god! At least I could just be embarrassing and not devastating. Holy shit.
Jesus
Hey,
Christ.
hey.
Hey, get your shit together.
Hey, I didn't know the results of the roll, but I can tell you it wouldn't be good. Holy
Alder,
shit.
you start to sweat. Your heart begins to skyrocket as she leans in closer and closer. And there's that second where her lips almost could brush against yours as she moves off to the side. You feel your whole body just like that. Every heartbeat shakes your body as she declines for the kiss and brings you in close and says, "Then it's not goodbye. It is only farewell." As she pulls back, you can hear a steady kind of murmur as the rest of the family also begin to pull back, turn their attention away. You can hear some jeering from some of the younger men. You can hear some of the women immediately begin to speak one against each other. The kids all start running around and laughing, kind of pointing out. You feel very seen at that moment in front of this whole family. As she kind of takes the lantern and hangs it as she continues washing the dishes. And you can't help but to feel just a little bit played in this scenario.
Yeah, with that, he definitely turns quite sheepish and just kind of murmurs, "Yeah, till next time, Monica," as he will make his way back to the party.
Jove, Virgil, much like everyone else in the camp, this was a very public event. And so you also got to see every second of that interaction. As you see all their turning, the bits of kind of sweat, even in this kind of colder temperature, on your Genasi friend. Little wisp of sweat turning off of his body as the flushness of his cheeks darken the red of his skin.
Well, I didn't know Genasi could blush, Alder.
Alder casts mage armor with the first level spell. What are you talking about?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, Alder. We didn't see anything. Ain't that right, Virgil?
Yeah.
I knew I should have made the cat smaller than that. What was I thinking?
Well, you'll have plenty of time to sharpen your next pickup line. I did get us a Baron for today, and I'm gonna have Asilios kind of go and check out our route and make sure. Well, he was helping us get here, so that'll give us a little air assistance. So I think we're pretty much, at least I'm ready to go whenever you all are.
Yeah, sounds great. Let's go.
Well, you all begin to head out. Let's go, Jove, as we begin this journey. Asilios has flown ahead. Let's go. What happened? What happened to the? I had a thing for this. We'll say Asilios has headed out. So go ahead and make this first survival check with advantage.
Oh, did not help very much. That's an 8.
An 8. You head into the quivering forest. The sounds and the life that surrounds the Vistani, the Bogorovs, quickly fades as you return back to the overgrown, nearly overbearing, darkened canopy of the woods. There's been light snowfall. The temperature is cold. But for you all, that seems to be nothing new. Another dark and miserable day in the forests of Barovia. You travel in the direction. Asilios pulls at you in some areas. Your own sense and guidance tell you to go the opposite direction. There's this kind of back and forth that you try to wander through said woods. About an hour or two goes by, and you look at your map, and Asilios responds with, "Wrong!" Jove, go ahead and give me another survival check. This time, just a flat roll.
That's another 8.
The hours drag on. You find yourself going deeper and deeper into the forest. Why don't everybody go ahead and give me a perception check?
Of 12.
Passive 12.
Passive 14.
Passive rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I did roll a 15, but it's the same as my passive.
Ah, yes. The woods are eerily quiet. There's no movement. Snow doesn't drop from the branches. The canopy overhead, while barren of any leaves, is so thick you can't see the dark sky above you, leaving you in what feels like nighttime. Those of you without dark vision find it nearly impossible to look ahead. You have to grip onto your companions as you lead further and further into these woods. Virgil, you're the first to hear it, followed by your companions. This long wail breaking the silence. This it echoes all around you, seemingly coming from all directions and right on top of you all at the same time. Everybody go ahead and give me a wisdom saving throw. As it gets louder and louder, this ever-increasing volume, this baleful moan that seems to emanate from the woods as darkness surrounds you.
19.
16.
Wisdom save, correct?
Yes.
That is a 17.
All pass as the chill washes over you, as you steel yourselves in this darkness. Virgil, with your passive perception, you're the first one to see, followed by your companions. A green light. Off in the distance, speeding through the forest at dangerous, reckless speeds. A lone horseman, bathed in the green light. You see streamers flitting behind him. A war banner, a flag, hard to make out from this distance, trails along with these ribbons that seem to follow him. Seemingly armored, he streaks through the forest. Full-sized, a dead gallop. Yet he breaks no tree branches. There's no sound of hoofbeats. Just that same baleful moan. And as you all watch this green lighted night, he eventually disappears from view. The sounds grow quiet. The forest speaks no more. You all shake off a shiver that starts in your guts, moves its way up your spine so you feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Until it's just you three once more.
Now, I'm not the superstitious type, but that's that was that flaying horror story I was telling y'all about that I thought I saw. At least it felt the same thing, that green light. I saw it back at the mansion. Guess it just confirms that whatever's going on here, it is connected somehow to Flaying or the Moonsea or wherever.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I think that might be good news.
Yeah. Good news that there's a way to get to and from. Bad news if we gotta deal with it. What time of, oh can he even see the sun? Could he even find the time of day right now? Or is
Well,
it too thick overhead?
normally, you wouldn't be able to. It's so dark here, it might as well be nightfall. But you have a keen mind, Alder. And you know that you've probably been traveling probably about 3-4 hours now? You're probably about midday. So I believe with your feet of keen mind, you always know what time it is.
Yes, I do. I do indeed. Cool.
Your
You
kind of
got the
internal
influence.
clock, yes,
Yeah.
is always ticking. You can always go, you've got like that digital clock that hangs up in your brain. You just go, what time is it? Got it.
Well, it's still about midday, fellas. I think we should just keep pushing in this direction.
I agree. I don't want to be staying out here without the protection of these Vistani, so maybe me and Asilios can get our shit together and get us a good Marin.
Sure be nice to get that protection of the Vistani once we're done with this here, too. Whatever that entails.
Jove, go ahead and roll me that survival check. This time with disadvantage.
Okay. All right, with disad, that turns it into a 14.
A 14. Jove, you continue to lead your party through the dark. You can't help but be thankful for your belt of dwarven kind and the dark vision you now possess. You lead through claustrophobic pathways, sneaking in between branches. Their fingers try to claw the way at you, but your tenacity, your constitution, and a steady foot guides you down the path. The trees begin to break up. Acilio calls out, "Right! Right!" as you break through this heavy cluster of trees, and you can see now that dark graying sky becomes dim light once more. The claustrophobia passes as you're able to find a better path. Not quite a real path, but enough to where you feel less of the struggle. The snow crunching beneath your feet, breaking up the occasional raven's call. As you continue following a combination of Celios's poles and the guidance from Elias, you see that the path ahead winds through thick, tall bushes. You hear a shuffling and sniffing just out of sight. Something large moves off, shadowed, but it seems to ignore you, perhaps in search of easier prey. The trees are smaller here, and as you look ahead, you can see that the trail leads into a grove. It's choked with dense thicket. The path continues to wind into this thicket before disappearing. Acelios pulls at you, Jove. Reassuring you on your path. You start to think of the map you've received and feel confident that you're nearer and nearer the Moslaveri camps. Jove, I assume that you are leading the way. Correct?
Indeed.
Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Once again, that is going to be my passive of 12.
With your passive of 12, you notice that as you're approaching this thicket, it is the best way forward. But you notice just on the outside, towards one of these trees, arrows sticking from the bark. They're long, similar if not nearly identical to the ones you saw heading out towards the northeast as you searched for the Bogorovs.
Are any of them broken in half?
Looking at them as Jove ponders and now Virgil, the rest of your party, see these as well, especially with your better perception. They all seem broken. They're not perfectly straight or angled, they are at various forms of shattered. One is barely a arrowhead still embedded. You can see they're not uniform, not as if they've been nicely struck, but as almost as if the tree itself was attacked. You could see cuts and grooves in the bark here, as if other arrowheads had scraped against the sides.
When Jove removes one of the arrows and looks at the arrowhead, what material? Is it iron, or what are these arrowheads made out of?
Jove, make me... This is going to be a nature check.
Nature is a 16.
A 16. Jove, you have a immediate recognition now that you have one of these arrows. The wood is exceptionally hard. The color is what strikes you as you get closer. You notice that these are a dark purple in nature. This is more Camp Burl. A specific wood that is native to the Quivering Forest that makes for exceptionally strong, hard, and surprisingly supple weapons, whether a bowstring, arrows, stabs. Difficult to chop down, even more difficult to handle, lest you be someone who specializes in that level of carpentry, or the native elves that call the Quivering Forest their home. What's most odd is typically an arrow of this build would take significant strength. You'd either have to bend it completely at both ends and be a rather strong individual to do so, or something even stronger.
There's more of these arrows that we saw earlier before we came on the our Vistani friends. Now that I've got a closer look at it, I'm certain this is wood from the Quivering Forest. And really, the only people I know of that are capable of shaping it in such a way are them elves. Alder, I know you spent more time in Flan and thereabouts, and might have a little more knowledge about the Quivering Forest and the elves that may be inhabiting it, but maybe we weren't the only ones, us and our girlfriend, to cross over.
And Alder, with I'll flavor this as your keen mind and your past history. You think back of your time with Seer and her choice of Moorcamp Burl. You think of your journey up to that hamlet on the Stojanau River. With Jenny Greenteeth and the elves of Greenhall that live within the Quivering Forest. Now that Jove has shown you this, you know, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is an arrow from the Greenhall elves. And the last time that you had seen such elves, they had been corrupted as you originally journeyed to go find Jenny Greenteeth and Sybil Rasia in the Quivering Forest back in Faerun, back in Flan. There's no doubt. It's the very same kind of arrows that they would use.
Well, you're not wrong here, Jove. This is definitely the make of the Greenhall elves. I recognize it. From last I remember, though, there was talk that they had been, well, corrupted and not doing too well. I hadn't seen them around the Quivering Forest the last time that we all were traveling through it to meet up, but well, if they got corrupted and ended up here, I guess that makes a whole lot of sense, right?
Well, I think we did run into him, didn't we?
You did indeed. To kind of help read on it, when you guys were entering and exploring through the Quivering Forest to get to Jenny Greenteeth's lair, to find Sybil Rasia, you came in contact and with some Greenhall elves. Remember they had the elven dogs, the Kushis?
Oh, I do remember now.
Indeed.
Ryan forgot.
We can go ahead and, wipe that and put that back together. The last time we saw Greenhall elves, they had become corrupted.
Well, then I think we can only operate under the assumption that, they are corrupted just in case we see them. Though I don't know why they would be flinging these valuable arrows into these trees kind of randomly. I mean,
Well, it might seem random, but I feel like we've already seen our share of crazy shit out here in this forest.
yeah, I think we've had a double helping.
Get the feeling it's more than just family tradition and why they chose us to go out here.
All I know is that last time they had the drop on us, so don't want to let them get a second chance.
Virgil, as your party converses, you look over towards more of these arrows, this dense thicket, and with your passive perception, you notice a green shoe sticking out of the thicket. Elven made, clearly. Seems to be tangled up in the roots of this large tree. It's the color that really draws your eye in. It's bright green. It looks like it was braided together with fabric so fine it almost looks like leaves. You swear you can see the veins of plants all tied in together. A mote of color in this kind of still darkened forest.
And was it artistic language, or are you saying that it was caught in the roots?
It does seem tangled up there.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were using tangled to just mean like everything was woven together, or if it was actually tangled.
Yes, and While the boot is beautiful and artistic and deserves such language, in physical form, it does seem that whoever is wearing this boot currently is tangled up in the roots of this tree.
The direction of the arrows, do they seem to be coming from that direction?
If you were to look at this thicket dead on, so we're looking straight at it, the arrows would have been fired from where you're standing right now.
Yeah. And is the shoe on the other side of the tree? Is it off to the side, just like seems to be unrelated to the arrows?
It seems to be from the tree that has a number of these arrows. You can see that it's two larger trees surrounded by a bunch of this kind of thick, heavy foliage, shrubbery, if you will. From kind of where the roots of the tree directly in front of you is, with the most amount of arrows in it, you can see the boot is sticking out and seems to be still filled with somebody's foot.
Uh, I'm just gonna turn to Jove and kind of like face away from the shoe and just like turn to Jove and say, there's a boot out there and it's high likelihood it's a trap.
I mean, it could be a trap, or it could be somebody was running away and got caught up. But maybe I can send Celios up and kind of use his eyes from the sky to check it out if you're worried about something getting pulled on us.
That is an option. That's why I turned to you, because in my head our only two options were charge or let it be known that we have their presence. So I guess a bird could be nice.
So, Jove, are you sending Acelios to go and inspect?
Yeah, and kind of not like necessarily get right on top of it and like try and pull it out, but if there's like branches around, just trying to get a closer look. And I know that I don't have the ability to see through his eyes or anything, but kind of want him to go over and check it out, and he'll kind of communicate to Isilios the worry of a trap, and for him to be careful himself.
Acelios nods and flies on over, lands in one of the taller branches of the tree, a good distance away from where the boot is, and looks down, kind of perches on it, waits kind of for a second, then flies over back to you and responds with, "Corpse! Corpse! Elf!"
Well, you heard the bird. It sounds like somebody's dead over there. So
I'm just glad to hear the bird can take someone's pulse from up in the air.
well, it could be a non-fresh dead, but I guess we won't know if until we're there. But I'm willing to go out there and start poking around if you all want to hang back, just in case we do get something sprung on us.
I am going to immediately before we move over just take one strategist look around to see where possible ambush points could be to get ready for those.
Virgil, go ahead and give me. This is perception. Some good bit plan on that one. So go ahead and give me a perception check. And with your strategist mind in there, go ahead and give me with advantage.
15.
15. Looking around, The thicket seems like a choke point. It's hard to see what's on the other side, if that's where the ambush is, but looking at it and where they're positioned, you look behind you and two kind of thickets of trees on both sides would be the best place to ambush on you. In fact, with a little bit of a jolt in your heart, you realize that if you were gonna get ambushed, they could have had your back this whole time, so you see both of those, make solid eyes at that, knowing that you could definitely take cover in that thicket should they try to sneak up behind you. Especially with how the arrows are pointed, where it's at. If they're going to get you from behind.
Okay. Yeah, I just know that these elves are particularly skilled and practiced hunters, so an ambush would definitely be their mode of attack. So yeah, I'll push forward towards the body, staying as close to big trees and cover spots as possible, just ready to duck away.
And as you do, you can't help but to see that, with your passive perception, that glad the bird can take corpse comments. You see who kind of looks up at you, makes eye contact, and if birds could have eyebrows, they certainly would be raised.
Yeah, well, I don't trust anybody, let alone a bird. Let alone a bird that like is known for embodying like the trickster.
An exceptionally smart bird at that, too. Well, you move on forward, heading towards this corpse. Alder, Jove, do you follow Virgil?
Jove does.
Alder will keep the lookout.
Keep the lookout? Alright. Jove, you follow Virgil forward. About 50 so feet away from Alder as he stays back and watches you move forward. You see the rest of the body as you push through these kind of thick shrubs. You could see that it is certainly an elf wearing leather armor that seems to be entwined with many green leaves, although it's strange as the body looks rather fresh, probably only a day or two old. The top half of it is completely entangled by the roots of this tree, as if they had spread over. You see that part of the chest and the arms seem almost crushed by these roots. You see the glint of gems embedded onto part of this armor, and you do in fact see that they're wearing these green leaf-woven boots. As she kind of investigates one of the boot's legs, as if the muscle stops tensing, hits the ground, but doesn't make a single sound as the boot touches.
I mean,
Can I-
Jove? Sorry.
Both of you
Go
guys
ahead.
make an investigation check.
Nine.
19.
19. As you guys begin looking and kind of taking in the scene in front of you, this elf, seemingly freshly dead, but completely rooted over by this tree. Jove, you start looking for signs of a struggle, of conflict, more than just these arrows. This elf doesn't seem to have any arrow wounds from them. It seems more bludgeoning damage. And you look over to the other shrubs to see if there's any more broken paths, maybe a different way that they came through, how they ended up here. And The sound of pine needles falling on damp leaves begins to fill the air. You see a number of shapes beginning to emerge from in the thickets. They're roughly humanoid. They bristle with needles. And as you look into the shrub, they look back at you with small black eyes. You begin to feel a rumbling beneath your feet. Virgil, as Jove looks off on this, as you are looking at this corpse, you can see the roots begin to pull back. The sound of many branches suddenly moving begin to snap. As you see these large roots pull back as almost in a stomping motion. I need both of you guys to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Since this is something I see, this procs.
Yes, your danger sense would indeed kick in.
Oh.
Number 4 is danger sense.
See, I don't have danger sense, and I'm not a halfling.
Oh no.
So gonna be a natty 1 for me for 3.
Natty
with
one?
the danger sense, I got 2 3s, so that is a 5.
That is a 5. That is 2 fails. As... There you go. Caramel. It's always so hard to find this one specific dice. Oh, okay.
D12.
No, it's D8.
Oh.
D12 I can find, like, almost immediately. It's the D8 that gives me problems in this box with its coloring. You both take 5 points of bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone as this tree animates and begins to crush you underneath its roots. I need everybody to roll initiative. And I need to switch the music.
Encounter.
Alright, switch over. What's that sweet initiative? 11, isn't it? Alright. 17, 9, and 11. Whoa, chill out, disc. Chill out there, home slice. All right. At the top of initiative, 2 of these small, black-eyed creatures will emerge from the shrubs. Alder, you watch your 2 companions get slammed to the ground. Immediately, these like living bramble bushes come to life, covered in spines, like pine needles sharpened to knife points, descend on both of your party members. Each one of you, Jove and Virgil, are going to take a needle blight claw attack.
Is it within melee?
You guys are right next to each other, so yes?
No, is it within melee? I wasn't sure if it was a ranged attack.
No, they are coming up for melees, since you guys are on the ground.
Another question is, do I want to do Sentinel or do I want to do Shield? Let's do Sentinel.
Sentinel, alright, so disadvantage.
No, Sentinel lets me attack.
Ah, alright. Go ahead.
That's an 11.
That's an 11. Does not quite do it.
Yeah.
All right, set you guys prone. First one for Jove. That is a 18.
That hits.
For Virgil, that is also an 18.
Oh.
All right, one hits. Jove, you take 3 points of piercing damage as it hops onto you, trying to get onto your chest, and you feel its appendages sink into your skin, driving in that. You ever been poked by pine needles on accident? You're like, boy, that smarts. So imagine that about 100 times bigger. There's both of them, which will then take us to Alder.
Alrighty. How many of them can Alder see right now, currently?
Give me a perception check.
Okay. That is a 21.
A 21. You see this large tree with the arrows sticking out of it that has moved and come to slam down on your companions. From the thicket, you see 2 of these spiky, needle-like shrub creatures immediately descend onto your companions.
Gotcha. Perfect then. He will make the ring motion with his hand. Cast Scorching Ray, taking a shot at all 3 of them, one apiece. Okay. So I'll roll first for the small ones and then the tree lad. So
All right.
first guy, not gonna hit, that's a 7.
Nope.
Let's see. A 7 again, so it does not hit. Does a 12 hit the tree?
That's 3 misses, bud.
Ooh, gross.
Ouchie.
As you send these, like, screaming skulls towards each one of these plants, they immediately burst through, not seeming to deal any damage against these blighted creatures. Bits of needle and branches break off as they harmlessly travel through them. As your third one strikes the tree, it leaves a bit of blackened scorch mark on it, but doesn't seem to have caught light. Anything else from me, Alder?
No, I think he will remain there.
Gotcha. That takes us to the tree. It is going to make a slam attack against Virgil. Does a 26 do?
Yeah.
Sick. Virgil, as the roots reel back, slamming down onto your frame, you take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. That's the full weight of this, and as it slams down, you can see a few of the Morcant burrow arrowheads that are sticking out of the roots snap as the force drives them into the ground. That takes us, speaking of which, to Virgil.
No. Am I grappled at all?
No.
Okay. I will stand up and what's my positioning with enemies right now?
With enemies, there is, to your right side is this small needle creature. Directly in front of you is this awakened tree. To your left is Jove, and then to the left of him is another one of these needle-like creatures.
Uh, yeah, I'll make an attack on the needle thing next to me.
Let's see it. Swing, bada bada.
Yeah, that'll do. 22.
Yeah, that'll do.
Are they holding weapons?
They are not.
Big surprise.
Yes, the plants are not wielding weapons currently.
Um, I'm going to use a superiority die. And, I guess just, use a maneuvering strike and just be like, Fire boy, it's your time. And, just kind of like golf swing at this, at this thing as I add the d8 to that roll, and Alder can use his reaction to move half his movement speed. It's 11 silvered piercing.
How do you want to do this?
Nice. Yeah, I go into a golf swing and just like lift it off the ground, just fling it back into the thicket.
And as it
And,
does, it shatters. Like when you throw a snow globe against a wall, just and you see all the needles and spines begin to shoot out in different directions.
Alder, do you use your movement?
Yes, he will use the movement to approach and get closer to the party. I don't know if you are 15 feet out from me or not, but
You are now clear 50 feet out from you, so you moved 15 feet, because I assume you've got the 30. You're 35 feet away from your companions.
And then with my bonus action, I'm going to use another superiority die and call over to Jove and say, get in there, boy. And you get 9 temp HP.
Oh, hell yeah.
hell yeah.
Excellent.
And that's my turn.
Which then takes us to Jove.
I am
Wait.
a little confused because yeah,
I
was
did.
about to
I had
say-
Alder. I got Alder and Jove's initiative wrong.
No,
My bad.
It's all good.
I had
Okay.
them flip flopped. So we will fix that next turn.
So Jove is still prone with this little guy on top of him, correct?
Indeed, you are not
Poor
grappled.
guy.
Not grappled, so getting up's not gonna proc a opportunity attack.
No,
No stage.
they just ran
Okay.
up for the pristine opportunity of striking you while you're down.
Yeah, so he'll pop up with the Electrum Spear and the Whip in hand, and will take a reckless attack at this little guy. It's just a little guy.
Little guy.
That is going to be for a 17.
That'll hit.
So that will be for 8 piercing.
8 piercing. Gotcha.
And then he will whip out the Whippy Whip and use his bonus action for the offhand attack. That should hit with a Plante 1.
That'll hit.
And that is 2 slashing damage, and it has 10 less movement until the start of my next turn.
How do you want to do this?
Oh, sweet. Yeah. He'll, I'll say that he'll kind of like kebab it with the first one with his Electrum Spear and kind of get it up at the length of his reach, and then he'll take out the whip and he'll just, boom, on a dime, crack it and have it explode out into a shower of needles.
As both of these small creatures explode into showers of needles. What else you got, Jove?
I'm like right up on the tree proper too, right?
Yeah.
Cool. As long as I am shoulder to shoulder with Virgil, he's content with his movement.
Gotcha. After Jove 2 more of these small needle-like creatures run from the back of the thicket. Each one of you is going to take a strike as they assume the position of their fallen, I wouldn't say companions, growths. So one
And I'll do
for...
Sentinel again on the one attacking Jove.
And the one attacking Jove also has advantage.
All right. Virgil, go ahead and strike.
20.
Was that a 1 or a 21?
20.
Oh, 20? Hit.
8 silver piercing.
Take a chunk out of it. And then Jove, it's going to try to claw you as well with advantage. That is a 23.
Hit.
You're going to take... You take 5 points of piercing damage as it digs that spine of needles in two, and as it pulls back, you can see bits of needles sticking out of you in jagged directions. And then one's going to go for you, Virgil. That's just a regular roll from it. Nope, that's an 8. All right, back to the top. Now that I've got this right, this is going to be Jove.
Yeah, he is going to do his spear into this new guy that got hit by Virgil.
Gotcha.
Does so in a reckless manner for a 17.
That'll hit.
That's going to be for minimum 4 piercing.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll kebab it again. This time, just like straight into the ground.
As it breaks into its a million little needles.
And then the whip has the reach property. I don't know if that's going to allow me to hit the one that is on Virgil or not.
Yeah. If Virgil can hit the one that's, that was attacking you, you can hit the one that's attacking him.
Perfect. Okay, so then he will do so for a 22.
That'll hit.
And we're looking at minimum all around, so that was a 1 slashing.
Gotcha. Shoot. Snap off a piece of that slim vine. Alright. Now it is the tree's turn. As it's gonna now do a slam against Jove.
And it's gonna roll a 6 with my portent.
Well, that's not gonna be enough.
Yay.
Indeed. As it seems to get stuck almost, as it pulls back and drives its roots down, it pulls up more earth with it and misses you, Jove. So then takes us to that one. Did. To Virgil.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't the first time I've fought plant life in the recent past. I'm gonna dig my pick into this tree. Yeah.
Please do.
A 21.
A 21 will hit the tree.
Use another superiority die. And I'm gonna leave this up to you. I'm gonna try and disarm it and clip off one of its primary roots as I swing at the ground and drive the pick into a connecting part.
Is there a save for that if it were carrying a weapon, or is that something that just happens?
Strength save. DC
Strength
13.
save? Okay, I'm gonna make the strength save. With that, that's a 6. So, you lop off one of the, or crush that kind of war pick, crush one of its main roots that seems to be holding itself up It's not disarmed because it's using its body, but I'll roll it this way that it loses one of the dies for its attack die. So it is now only going to roll 2 instead of 3.
I think that makes sense.
Nice.
Kind of like removing some lethality of it.
Yeah, that's how I'm going to roll
Um,
for that one.
Yeah. And then what's the size of this tree?
It is huge.
Okay.
And is it piercing damage with your
Silver piercing, yes.
okie dokie? And how much damage?
9.
9. Okie dokie. As you strike and break off, you see that holding down the branch combined with its weight is what really tears it apart. Because as you're putting your war pick into the wood of this tree, it is exceptionally hard. It's hard to even get purchased down onto it. Your strike doesn't feel as effective as it normally would.
Interesting. Okay, and I still have one of the little pine boys next to me.
You do.
All right. I'm gonna action
Tiny boy.
surge.
Surge!
I'm gonna make him pine for the days where he wasn't about to get destroyed.
Whoa, man. Take your -1 with pride.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a 12 to hit, which misses.
Oh, no. Did you say the pine creature?
Yeah.
The 12 does hit.
Oh, okay.
The tree doesn't hit with the 12, but the pine does.
Okay. Well then let's do this. Hiya. Yes. 4 silver piercing.
4 silver piercing. Radical.
And then I will bonus action to second wind as I take a full fighter turn.
Nice.
Oh, that's a 10 on the D10.
Nice. All
So I heal
right.
14 points, doubling my current health value.
Well played. We now go live with Alder.
Live Alder view. Okay.
Live from the thicket, it's Alder.
Actually, I'm not in the thicket. You are in the thicket,
True.
but we're making our way there.
As they
Yeah.
move downtown.
Alder is gonna take another deep breath, kind of recalibrate his aim here, and cast another scorching ray. And we're gonna pump all 3 into the big tree, please.
Let's see it.
Okay. First one is a 24.
Hit.
Second one is an 18.
Hit.
Last one is an 8.
There we go.
Does not hit.
2 out of
Does
3
not hit.
fine.
Does not hit. Okay. Roll.
Something tells me the damage is gonna make up for that miss.
We can certainly hope, but who knows? Maybe this is like the dampest possible tree, you know?
Rolls 4 ones.
Please don't jinx me into this right now, please. Oh no, we rolled pretty good. We rolled a 10 and a 4 or 6 and a 4 for 10 fire damage altogether.
All right, that's on 1.
No,
What's
it's. I think they're both. Are they both
Look-
just D6 or are they both 2D6?
They're both 2d6 for Scorching Ray.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so the
Yeah,
first
oh
hit,
yeah.
yes. First hit
Don't
then
cheap
is
out
10.
your damage.
First hit is 10. I
You
was
didn't
treating
set
it
a
like
second
it's an
level for
Eldritch
nothing.
Blast. Yeah. And then, okay, so the first hit was for 10. Second one is for 7, for 17 fire damage total.
You do 34 points of fire damage. As this
Love
thing
that.
immediately begins to erupt. You focus in, Alder. Put your hands together. Point out through your fingers, and from the gaps, 3 skulls shoot from your fingertips. They scream across this little opening before striking the tree, and it erupts, burning through. The only things not on fire right now in that tree are actually the Morcamp burl arrows. It's a big hit.
Love it. Love it. Alder will also use his 30 feet to continue to head towards the party.
You're 5 feet behind your companions.
Cool.
All right.
That's it.
It is then the little pine creature's turn, as it's going to try to hit Virgil. Hiya! Nope, that's a 14.
Get Shrek.
Back to the top with Jove.
Jove will. He'll do a regular attack with his action, the Electrum Spear into the tree.
You got it.
For a 24.
That'll hit.
So that's going to do 6 piercing.
Gotcha.
And then he'll use the bonus action whip on the needle guy. For 15.
That'll hit.
2 slashing.
Gotcha. You're knocking the needles out of this thing, but it still stands.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll stand to deliver right here.
It's the big tree's turn. Alder, you're taking some damage, buddy. Or at least it's going to attempt to, as it moves out of range of both Jove and Virgil. Go ahead and make your
I'm gonna
attacks.
Sentinel. And I hit, so it has 0 movement speed. For 24.
Got it. Go ahead and do damage.
10 silver piercing.
10 silver piercing. Gotcha.
Jove hit with 18 to hit and is doing 8 piercing.
8 piercing. Got it.
Lucky I'm not a champion fighter, let's just say that.
So it is going to slam down on you instead, Virgil. As it brings down its roots, Alder, you see that you are literally quite out of range. Like, the very tips of the roots slam down near you. Because it has reach.
It is huge, yeah.
Alright, it's going to roll attack on Verge. That is a 19?
19 meets.
Alright, but we're only going to roll 2 die this time. As part of its main roots have been snapped. Alright, that is 9 points of bludgeoning damage.
A lot better than the 17 before.
Yeah. Yeah. Not helping me out on these two, but that's fine. That's fine. Then we move on to Virgil.
Enemy check.
It is. You still have the needle guy to you and the big tree.
Okay.
But the tree is on fire.
Tree is on fire. I'm gonna hit the needle guy. Or attempt to. I don't. That's a 10.
Dodge. Weave.
Dodge.
Yeah, I'll leave it there. I'll just continue to position myself on the opposite side of the tree from Alder. So if it tries to approach him, I can always attempt to stop it again.
You got it. Alder, your move.
Did we skip over Jove?
No.
Or
No, Joe started the whole thing.
oh, right. Okay, just making sure. How
And he goes before the tree.
Yeah, I go right after the tree.
true? Okay, DM, how tall is this tree?
It is a huge tree, so well over 20 feet tall.
Okay. I don't know if you would even allow it, but I was thinking of a burning hands, but I'm like, is there any way I could literally aim it above my group, or is it just gonna anything in front is gonna catch that fire?
You have enough movement to go around the side. That way you don't have to aim it up out of there, but you will have to move.
Yeah. Alder will go ahead and do as such. And
You got
cast
it.
Burning Hand. So please.
That's dex saving throw?
That is a dex save, yes.
It's not very good at these. That's a 5.
It fails. So it will take full damage here. Oh my god. That is for 14 fire damage.
14. Double to 28. How you want to do this?
Nice.
It's that this new kind of flame is taking over more and more, and Alder goes again as you normally would see. He positions himself and goes for the burning hands and holds out the fingers, almost making like the field goal post. And rather than the flames coming out from that, it's almost like he shoots the flames through the fingers out of his mouth, and it becomes again this swirling thing where it's like it's stealing the flame. It's draining that energy and turning it cold as it's sucking it in, almost like back into Alder, essentially, as his flame is becoming changed in its property more and more.
And as the tree is wrapped in this ever-growing colder fire, you see parts of its branches snap, begin to break, begin to crush, and begin to fall. And as it falls, can I have Jove and Virgil make dexterity saving throws as this burning tree comes crashing down? I'm also going to do it for the needle creature. No!
15.
9.
Not save. You are going to take... Alright. Okay. You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage and 1 point of fire damage.
Oh shit.
A burning stick falls on your...
However, the remaining needle creature is going to take 8 points of fire damage and 2 points of bludgeoning damage, crushing it underneath. And as the tree collapses and falls, it breaks away, and you can hear parts of your flame start to snuff out as the tree shatters into the snow around you. As steam begins to rise, you can almost see a face looking back at you, Alder. One that is welcoming, smiling almost. At least it would if it weren't purely a visage of a skull. And as soon as you see it, you blink and it is gone. We are out of initiative.
Well, it was a trap. I want to put that on the record.
It sure
Yeah.
was.
Not the kind we expected. How your boys holding up? I saw that thing take a couple stomps on you.
Been better. Certainly been worse.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty spry still. I managed to mosey on out of the way for most of that, but if we wanted to warm our hands on this fire right here and take a little second, I think we still got some, well, whatever counts as daylight left to find our quarry.
Alder, your internal clock says that you're probably at like 1 o'clock. It's still plenty of day left.
Yeah, we certainly have time for a breather to catch our bearings if we want to. Nah, honestly, we got plenty of traveling time left, boys.
I would like to take a breather. Especially since, I mean, this thing seems pretty territorial. I doubt we're going to encounter too much more baddies in this area if this thing has been felled. Also, I know a good source for firewood.
Let me fix these flames a little bit here too, and he'll you'll see more of his common red fire kind of come out and change it from that cold flame to a more traditional flame.
As you send out that fire, Alder, you see the body of that elf, having been flung to the side, is buried, head first into the snow, but the rest of the body and its belongings do seem to be intact.
Alder would love to investigate this body now.
Do me an investigation roll.
Let's see. A good roll. Let me just check the bonus again. Oh yeah, that's a 21.
A 21. Looking over the body, Alder, you do confirm that this is indeed a Green Hall elf. All of the right clothing, the right kind of keepsakes and fetishes on their body. You notice that they don't appear changed or twisted like the ones you saw your first time entering the forest. It just looks like death by being crushed by a giant tree. You also find on them 2 malachite gems. Their studded leather armor seems to mostly be intact, albeit a bit wet and squishy at the top from this new crushing of its face into the ground. 15 gold pieces, not ravens. And with your background, you see the natural magic woven into what you recognize, having seen a pair in your life before, boots of elvenkind.
Would Alder know exactly what it does, or
Alder would, from our previous adventures in Flan, that the boots of elvenkind do not make noise as they strike the ground. They allow you to move silently, giving you advantage on stealth checks. No attunement required.
looky over here, boys? We got some good stuff here, and some curious things. First off, he's got gold on him, so this did in fact come from Flame, or from the Moon Sea. Also, he ain't turned like the others. Plus, we got some gems, and well, one of you guys might make some better use of what we got here, as he shows the boots and the leather armor, studded leather. I figured this might work best for you guys, so yeah, your dibs if you want it.
The boots look fancy. What exactly do they do? I'm good on armor. I don't need much these days. This thick gut of mine has been providing me all the protection that I need. But
Well,
Yeah, the
these
boots don't really fit my style.
these boots will basically muffle any kind of movement that you're doing, Jove. And meta, you would know, as explained, that they give advantage on stealth checks.
well, I mean, I'll wear them if you don't want to, Alder. But I feel like you do more of the sneaking than any of us do these days.
I hardly feel like I'm much of a sneaky person, but I'll go ahead and put them on. Never know when you need it.
Though the thought of having a belt of dwarven kind and a boots of elven kind does ring something true for me. But let's spread out the love there, Alder.
Alder takes off his boots and puts on the elven kind.
Oh, that's not where it's
And
supposed to go. It's supposed to go.
and do either of you want the armor? Because Alder does not.
What's the armor?
Studded leather
Studded
armor.
leather.
Oh, no.
No.
In the lore page, I posted what the boots look like.
Ooh.
And then, who's rolling hit dice as you guys take your short rest by this by this burning awakened tree?
Me.
Go ahead and roll
Joe.
your hit die.
Jove is as well.
Go for it.
Ugh. Rolled minimum. Still gonna put me up to 48 out of 51. And
Gotcha.
we'll call that good. Still have 4 of that temp HP left.
I used 2. That brings me up to 34 out of 36.
All right. Having warmed yourselves by the burning tree, spending time to patch yourselves up, you feel rested and ready to continue on your journey when you see fit to.
During some of that time, could Aselios rather, done a little bit of tracking for us?
Yeah, let me roll for Aselios. It's a natural 19 plus his bonuses. Aselios does return towards the end of your rest. Gives a people pass kind of through the thickets that you were about to pass through, continuing down on the path.
Well, hopefully that's good news. Looks like we got our Baron, so whenever you guys are ready, we'll go meet these other Vistani. And Alder, since you have the fan, right?
I do indeed.
Maybe if you want to try the old bottle of wine trick, I did take 2 of these from the manor before, and he'll dig through his pack and give Alder that second bottle that he had whisked away, and says, as a gift.
Right. Hopefully it works a second time, right?
Only one way to find out.
And I don't know if I apologize, DM. Remind me specifically, what is the name of this fan? I didn't write down the name specifically.
I believe it is a fan of wind. Let me check in my lore and see if I wrote it down. Yes, it is a fan of wind. While holding this fan, you can use an action to cast the Gust of Wind spell. DC 13 from it. Once you use the fan, it shouldn't be used again until the next dawn. Each time it's used again before then, it has a cumulative 20% chance of not working, tearing into a useless, non-magical tatters. It smells of flowers, blossoms, and a summer breeze at all times.
I think I'm
And this was the gift that we were supposed to give as well to
It is Donani
Sus-
Bogorov's wedding gift to Layla Moslavarik.
to Layla. That's right. I wrote down Layla. Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, because the Vistani families are forbidden from seeing one another before the wedding. It is the last time that their family units will be together as it stands, and so that time is very sacred to them. But with everything put together, bottles of wine exchanged, some new boots had, some gold pieces and malachites in the pockets, and did anybody take the studded leather armor or just leave it there?
I mean, I'll pick it up and sell it.
You add it to your pack. Easy enough. It's certainly elven made, so light, yet still dexterous and strong. Easy enough to store away for someone strong like you. Jove, go ahead and give me that survival check with advantage, thanks to Aselios.
That, sir, is a nat 20 for a 22.
You follow the path. It takes not but 30 more minutes before you start to see wagon trails. Their wheels leaving deep grooves into the land. The foliage here protecting much of the floor from the snow above. You begin to see more signs of local huntings, of felled trees, before the thick pine forest is broken by a large stony clearing in lee of a large hill. 5 barrel-topped wagons stand in a close ring. Unlike the gaudy and cheerful Bogorov wagons, these wagons are dull brown in color, festooned with utilitarian tools of all types, smithing implements, farrier's tools and bellows, hammers, nails, carpentry tools. The campfire within the ring of wagon is small, and a score of more sullen humans work at fixing wheels, shining shields, and other mundane crafts. You can see a large number of them are dedicated to this wooden archway, like a half-domed gazebo, that people are folding and weaving together with different woods and the likes. Fine, yet dour work. There is not that same level of laughter or music. Everyone seems more alert. Their eyes dart out, so that even as you break through, your presence is immediately clocked in. Everyone continues working, but you see that not a single individual is without tool, something that could immediately turn into a weapon, should they feel the need. I have music for this as well. Where'd my Vistani music go? Here it is. So, my favorite nuanced party. How would you like to approach the Mosleveric's camp?
With a sense of poise and rationality.
What a shame.
It's even better when you consider the fact that this is an arc about a wedding.
Oh, take your +1. I'll balance out that pine joke from earlier. Take your +1.
Equalizer.
Yeah, that's well
Perfectly balanced.
done. As all things should be.
As all things should be.
But I suppose I'll ask who's leading the incursion into the Moslever camp.
Joe's gonna kind of elbow Alder.
And Alder will grab the fan and hold that along with wine in the other hand as he approaches into the camp. Not sure how spread out it is, but he would begin asking people essentially, hello, we're on an important mission, delivering a prized gift here from the Bokarov family. Is the chief or whoever is in charge around here?
There's less of that welcoming, jovial. No one rushes up to come grab your bottle of wine. Instead, you see a scarred, lean man with wiry and well-toned muscles. You'd assume that he's probably in his 40s, but looks much older due to a hard life, much time on the road. You can see that all the people here tend to have heavily calloused hands, scarred over from decades worth of crafting. He wears plain brown clothing, all function, less form. They don't wear the bright headscarves. Instead, they wear tight leathery caps that come down past the ears. Hello. I will answer your questions, not out of friendliness, but so that you might sooner depart the camp. Who sent you? You see he stands probably a solid 10 feet away from you, older. Got a tool belt on with all manner of hammer, picks, chisels. His hands lightly at each side, poised, confrontational. You can see that other men in the camp are all looking, watching, waiting.
Oh, that wasn't me today. Oh, we have been sent by Elias of the Bogorov clan. I have a gift here from one Denani that it was supposed to be given to his betrothed, Layla. We were entrusted this, and we had sworn to Elias and to that clan that we would deliver this to Layla. As long as we can deliver it to her and make sure that she's in good health, we can be out of your hair as soon as possible.
Gregorio telling us that they're here for the wedding. Can you believe this nonsense? And you see from one of the Vardos, a glove comes rocketing across the camp and smacks the back of this man's head at full force. Like, less than 2 seconds go by before it is flung nearly 60 feet. Pop! That makes a sharp smacking noise. You see a tough-looking woman, probably late 50s. She is dour, pinched face. Looks like every angry Italian aunt you've ever seen. She's got like the big graying hair. It's pulled back, and the ends of it seem bushy and frayed, almost giving this kind of updo appearance. She wears plain, well-made leather armor that shows a bit of kind of a plain blouse underneath, pants, no weapons, instead a large pouch over one side that you can see seems to be a components pouch of some sort. The only bit of kind of flair on her seems to be a number of brass bracelets. Looking around, you can see that many of the Moslaverics have these brass bracelets around them, from simple bands to hers being more exquisite, well twisted and manufactured in a higher quality. She pulls out a hand, and you can see it is ungloved, and the glove returns back, places itself upon her own hand, and she speaks in a rough, kind of shrill voice. Oh, so tell me, do you, just because you are the son of the captain, think that you get to speak for the rest of us, Advan? Is that it? You think you have the wisdom to speak for all of us? To disrespect visitors? And you see Advan stiffens up. His muscles tense. He gets that look of a scolded child as many of the rest of the camp begin to turn their face away from this dressing down. No, it's just these Gregorios. And the glove flies off once again, this time even faster before smacking him in the front of the mouth. Pah! Why don't you go over and help your father finish? In the hand, the glove comes back onto hers. She gives a hard look, and the whole camp goes quiet as Advan abruptly turns behind and starts going over to that half gazebo and begins to put his head down and start twisting some of the wood into place. Oi, You, Gregorio. You and yours, to me. The woman shouts over to you, Alder.
Alder looks back at the group and kind of nods his head over towards her and begins walking to meet her.
Jove, Virgil, do you come join Alder?
Sure.
Yes.
Excellent. You all enter into the ring of Moslaveric bardos. The one that waits for you all to approach before speaking, fixing the glove once again onto her hand. Hello, Gregorius. Apologies for Advan. He may be a man of his 40s, but he still acts like a child. I'm Tyresa, the Rani of the Moslaverics. You all are?
I am Alder Chiskian.
You can call me Joe Featherfoot. Pleasure to meet you.
Virgil.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not sure how much you heard of us, but we were sent here, actually, by Elias and the Bokarovs on a specific mission on their behalf.
Ah,
mean any
Elias. Captain, of course. Clever. Using Georgios to transfer this between us. I wouldn't have thought of it myself. Well, you see that as you've been speaking this, her jaw has been held rather tightly. Could I get all of you guys to roll an insight roll?
Sure.
And
A 5, but a crit fail.
She's tense at your appearance, but not because you're outsiders. Come, all three of you, to my Vardo. We must converse. And
Lead the way.
she pulls you into the Vardo. It is, Virgil, you have to duck a little bit to get all the way in, while Alder and Jove, you find it to be spacious enough. She enter in. You see that there is a red cloth table, a sphere made of crystal in the center, a number of parchments and books shelved into the sides, a sort of Davenport is probably the right word, this cushioned, not quite bed set up as for guests and perhaps sleeping arrangements. The smell of incense and other strange potpourris fills the room. Teresa takes a seat at her chair, finely crafted of darkened wood, cushioned on the bottom. She moves a hand over the crystal, and Alder, you can see, recognizing immediately bits of divination emanating from it.
So you see into the divine here, do you?
I'm blessed with the sight, yes. Should not be used foolhardily. But all such Ranis possess such insight.
We had heard that some of the groups out here in the forest were quite capable with magic, and I'd heard about this site. Honestly, even aside from why we were sent out here, we could use your help and insight in general. I don't know if you could tell based on our look, but we're not quite from around here.
Easy enough to see. Even for Gregorio, you're strange. The beast, the bull, and the flame. And then her fingers trail across the crystal. You can see scant images. A flame, a bull's head, and a wolf. Just for the moments before fading into this smoky purple mist.
And,
I had seen that you were coming. Not in this way, though. You know not, but you receive dark tidings.
dark tidings of what sort? What nature?
She breathes deeply. I had hoped you would just appear after the wedding. I have seen your travels, but you do not belong here. Thought in time that our paths would cross, but you have come before the wedding. I see Donani continues his gifts. She eyes the fan blade. Well, the fan, I shouldn't say blade. No doubt, he worries of the Mortu, of Layla, and the young love like ravens that is Vistani. For you see, when we are young, our love goes where it is fed. It soars and perches. It stays to no nest for very long. But marriage is where the raven becomes the wolf. And to married is for life. Layla is very much still a raven. Her heart is not yet steeled. For she is not here to receive such a gift.
Well, if that is her choice, we will certainly let Denani know. We were told in that instance that she had left and was not committed. We would retrieve an heirloom of hers. We mean no harm, but we do need to find her. It's of importance that we are able to do this. We have an agreement made. I'm sure you understand.
It is not the tradition that gets in the way of this. It is how you will find Layla. 4 nights ago, she went out into the woods. A dangerous prospect, but we believe that she was having a tryst with the Mortu, with Hansi. She returns, denied, but she was different. She does not leave her Vordo in the middle of the day. She's quiet, paler, only coming out for evening meals. And last night, she left. Her Vordo unoccupied, her possessions still there. A recent note from Hansi still upon the shelves. We tried to send someone after, but we are small, Thork. It was hard enough with the idea of Layla going to the Bogorovs, but in time it would help us grow our numbers. Without it, I could not risk losing more of our young men, our young suitors. Layla also had a hand in the sights. She's hidden from me.
So you think she's intentionally making sure you can't find her right now?
She folds her arms and pinches her face. I don't know what to believe. Hansi has been very persistent. In fact, some of the men had to even drive him off with some of their weapons.
What all can you tell us about this Hansi guy? I could say that the other group, well, specifically Denani, seemed to be worried about him, scared even. Made him sound unstable.
He is young, handsome, and has nothing to lose. Dedicates himself obsessively to winning Layla. And in the time of her life, such affections are often tempting. Where he comes from and where he was sent from, that I cannot say. He certainly was never one of us. And regardless of if he wins her heart, he never will be. For he is still the mark of a Mortu. Why he was made, I cannot tell you. But the Mortu brings ill will and bad luck to all who entertain them. As you are seeing now.
And, this Hansi fellow, do you reckon you know where exactly he's hiding out? I imagine that's the first place you would have sent your scouts. Am I right?
They were able to follow the tracks for a time. In the evening, though. But as the night dragged on, they had to come back. Dark things stir in the mists. And I could see that the mists themselves push back. They do not wish for interference from us. One does not force the mist to let them pass. One sneaks by.
Well, funny thing. We're in this right now because we're trying to figure out exactly how to get around or through those mists. I propose that we work together. I think our interests align on this one. We want to make sure Layla is safe at the very least. You certainly don't want to lose one of your kind like this. One of the family. You help us around and show us the mist, we'll happily go scouting.
Her hand grazes over the crystal ball once more. Images flicker as they reflect off of her eyes. Purple light, swirling mists, chaos. She closes her eyes and nods. Yes. This is the way the sight sees. You shall help us, and we shall help you, Gregorio. We will teach you how to better navigate where you find yourselves. And should it be possible, we will help you skitter between the mists. I make no promises that it will ever let go. But I can teach you so that it doesn't bite.
Well, our other option, I feel like, is negotiating with a hag. And I'll tell you right now, I want nothing to do with the sort.
A hard bargain they deal. But powerful are they. Much like the sight not to be trifled with, not casually. But
What
if we
else
are to
about-
have a deal... Go ahead, you first, Alder.
I was gonna ask, what else did you see though with this sight? You seemed rather solemn, and again, we're a little bit unexpected on when we got here. If we're going out there, we need to know what to expect, or at least what might be avoided, if things can change.
I cannot see what happens when you follow Layla. That sight is obscured from me. But I can tell you that all paths you take shall lead into shadow. It hangs over each one of your visages. Every branch twists the same way. When your time comes, you will lose something. I cannot say what. But I see green lights in the distance, folded into amber. I see beasts. Men made of monsters. And at the center, always you three. The mist swirls around you. It knows you're here. And with that comes dark power and dark rewards.
You talk about this mist like it is an entity, a presence, essentially. Is it its own thing, or is there something else controlling it?
And she breaks into almost a tight smile. Are storms power of gods? Or are they a natural part? Does snow have teeth? For in the land of Barovia, the answer to both is yes. The mists are as natural as the ground you walk, and as malevolent as the darkest desire of your heart. It watches, it consumes, it plays with those unfortunately caught in its grasp. You do not command the mists. You simply try to avoid its embrace.
Hence why you want to get around the mist, correct?
It is the only way to survive it. You must move without being seen, travel without being caught. And only through the skills of your back, your brow, and your hands can you move forward. At least that is what we believe as Moslaverics. But
Very, very well.
our ways and our teachings are for a later time.
Might we see Layla's belongings? And I think you had mentioned the letter. Sometimes poking through such things, if it's not too much of an intrusion, can maybe reveal some information that would be important to us.
Yes, come. She stands and heads out of the Vordo and begins going across the camp. Immediately, this Vordo, while they're all pretty plain looking compared to the Bogorov's big bright colored ones, the windows on this covered wagon seem blocked, boarded up. Not from the outside, but from within. But Tyrese is happy to lead you. Well, happy is probably not the word, but immediately leads you across over to this Vordo. She has a big kind of key ring that she pulls out and unlocks it. It opens up, and Jove, immediately with your strong sense, you get overpowering amount of herbs in here. More specifically, the strong odor of garlic. It fills your whole mouth.
And he'll kind of put his hands up to his nose and ask Tyrese, was Layla much of a cook?
No better or worse than anyone else. But Layla was more of a sewer, seamstress, braider.
You said something about there being a letter left behind?
Yes. She brings you on to the inside of this. You can see that it has Layla's clothing, a long, similar kind of couch, Davenport as Tyresa's, fabrics, sewing. But you also see that, indeed, the inside is completely boarded up so that no light enters into here. You see strings of garlic and other herbs are hung from the ceiling. And placed onto the desk, you see a rough, leather-written note as Tyresa hands it over to you, Jove. Everybody go ahead and give me a perception check. Jove, do so with advantage.
Passive 12.
15. Wait.
16.
Yeah, 15.
Jove and Virgil, you can smell, although it is overwhelmingly herby in here. The garlic is just overpowering every inch of this. It's dark, it's kind of stinky in here. Almost kind of makes your eyes water. But Jove and Virgil, underneath all of this, you can't help but to smell earth and decay. And mind you, none of these herbs are currently growing. They're all dried or hanging, much like you'd see like in a kitchen, but in abundance. But underneath, the unmistakable smell of fresh dirt and some sort of decay. Jove, as you see the notes, it is poorly written in a sloppy hand that seems to not have much practice, but unmistakably reads out, I would give anything for you, Layla, even my life. Love, Hansi. Yours now and forevermore. You can see that it's written on probably a torn piece of crude leather. Jagged on some part as if it was ripped off and stolen.
He'll he'll ask, tell me, did you all board up these windows and hang up all this garlic in here, or is this the work of Layla?
This is the work of Layla. Why? There's hardly any light to begin with. It's already dark enough. How is one supposed to work on their crafts in dark?
Yeah, that is pretty strange. And I guess Jove will just kind of do a once over of the leather just to see if there's anything, a hidden text or anything that that belies it being something other than just what it normally seems to be.
Gotta make an investigation check. Virgil and Alder, go ahead and also give me an investigation check as you guys kind of search the Bordeaux.
It's a 9 from Jove.
18.
20.
Virgil, you follow your nose. And you go over to kind of that Davenport, and there's a big sheet laid across it to keep it nice and pristine, and perhaps to wrap up on cold nights. And you smell that earth and decay once more, and as you pull back, you could see a fresh bed of dirt has been covered over this sleeping arrangement. Alder, you now smell that decay as it wafts up from there. Jove, looking over the note, it's barely written well enough to say what it says, much less have a secret message or an encoded script in there. It seems very much like a love letter from a banished Vistanzi man.
Gotcha. He'll just toss it back onto the desk or whatever.
Tyresa sees you, Virgil, as you kind of pull that back and looks immediately puzzled by it. Layla hates dirt. That's why she sticks to seamstress thing.
Was there like a decay coming from where the dirt was, you said? The smell of it?
Indeed.
Alder would like to take a deeper look at it and start unearthing it if he has to.
You stick your hands into it, and it seems to be, a couple inches worth of dirt. Rather fresh, not crushed in snow or ice by any means. But all of it smells... Give me an insight check.
Insight? Okay. That is a normal 20.
A normal 20. This reminds you of the Valhengen graveyard. Smells a little different, but this smells a whole lot like grave dirt.
This Hansi fellow. You don't happen to know anyone knows if he hangs a graveyard or something of that sort, do you?
Tyresa shakes her head.
And what about this Layla? Obviously, she was acting different these last few days. Do you know? Did anyone mention if she said anything before she left? Anything she was talking about, fixated on. Any detail.
Avoids us at all hours of the day, hardly speaks or eats at night. Disappears once again into it. Obscured from my sight. No. That is what makes it all the more worrying.
Like, how much dirt is there?
Like a solid 2-3 inches of it. There's quite a bit on here. You could almost cover yourself in this much dirt. Certainly Alder could with his frame.
Well, obviously she's sick or something, because this is not normal behavior that I've heard of, anyways. And this is not, some custom of yours that I'm ignorant of either. So it seems. So don't know if it brings us any closer to knowing anything, but she's in trouble.
See, Tyrese nods. Yes, I think she very much is.
What about anything like a burial ground? Is there something like that near here or a distance from here? Because either someone came from there, or the dead came in here. I don't like either option, but...
Only Gregorios bury their dead. Vistani we burn. Turn it to ash, so it does not return. That is our way. But I can show you the tracks that our young men found. Perhaps you can follow them, push past where they went. Find Layla. Find out what happened to her. Or should the worst happen, it would bring us closure. And you will have the Bogorov's heirloom. Not how I want it to end, but... we are no strangers to tragedy.
Well, we'll see it through to the end, one way or another. Will anyone else from here be joining us if we need to go through this mist?
No. If I was going to lose more men, I would have already lost them. This is your charge.
Well, we'll do what we can.
Teresa walks out of the Vordo and makes a sharp whistle. You see two younger men, dark hair, dark eyes, calloused hands, kind of wiry, leathery skin. Probably only in their early 20s, but look much older, much like many of the Moslaverics. Show them where the tracks began. Lead them to as far as you safely can, and then return. Give them no ill will, and do us proud. They both answer kind of almost in unison. Yes, Rani. And nod before kind of pointing out the path and leading you towards there. Is there anything I would like to say before Your guides take you off?
Not from
Uh,
Jove.
Yeah, Alder will just ask before they leave. He understands they won't send anybody out, but do they have any supplies they could spare for us before we go?
Teresa, brings some rations for the journey out there. Um, if you liked any simple weapons that could be provided, a small club or a hammer, but they are more of a survivalistic people. So there's not much in the ways. They're craftsmen. So if you want like a really nice chair, or woodworking done, that can be
I
supplies. But
do want the chair, but not now. He will definitely take rations from them. Yes.
indeed, I'd better go ahead and add. Let's roll for it. Roll d4. See how much you guys get. Okay, each one of you guys receives 3 days worth of rations.
Nice.
Tyrese, after giving you said rations, will wish you all luck. She makes kind of a clawing motion over her heart, and then, with her 4 fingers touching her thumb in the shape of a circle, much like an eye, puts it to her forehead, and says, "Let the sight watch over you. Guide you, should you find yourselves once again in darkness." She returns back, begins immediately barking out orders to different men and women around the camp. People move with a frenetic pace. There's a dour cloud that hangs over this encampment. The noise of carpentry, smithing, and the likes echo behind you. That. Your Moslaveric guides take you northwest. Heading out, you can follow their footprints rather well. Go out probably an hour. Although your internal clock starts to strike at about 3 o'clock. Until it leads to a dense part of the forest. The tracks that they've left stop. They point forward and you can see 2 sets of footprints. Still in place as the canopy holds the snow above. You can see bits of tree ever so slightly carved with an L and an H twisted together. The path is much darker moving forward, and you can see the Moslaveric men begin to get anxious, nervous. Their eyes kind of dart side to side. That quietness that pervades this forest returns. They all nod to you quickly before they begin making their way back towards their encampment.
solemn group there.
Well, I think they're scared to death, and I don't blame them.
Am I crazy, or did I feel like they were talking to people they think might be dead people walking here?
I don't know.
I just can't shake this feeling that there's something someone saw that they're just not sharing. We still don't even know much about this guy that kidnapped her, other than he was banned for some undisclosed reason, and is hiding out here in a mist that we know is malevolent now. And just the nature with Kayla. There's something. There's just something not adding up. Something that has been seen by someone somewhere. Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out.
Suppose we are. I hope she's not already undead. Like she was, like our new friend was saying, they burned theirs to keep them from rising again. We know that Laszlo, he was reanimated and was able to infiltrate Orsnu and walk amongst them. Perhaps Layla's sharing a similar fate.
Yep. Be another tragedy out here. One way or another, though, we gotta find out whatever happened to her. Can't come back empty-handed.
Well,
Yep. Lead the way.
Jove, I think you know what I'm about to ask.
Yes, sir.
And what's the marching order as you guys begin to go into this condensed forest area?
Figure if Jove is tracking, that's probably meaning he's up front.
Do you want me at the back or in the middle?
My first instinct is to have you in the back to kind of sandwich Alder, but Alder, what do you feel about your positioning?
I say either back or sandwich for Alder.
Well, yeah, that would be.
Those are the two options.
Oh.
So
Probably sandwich.
okay, yeah, we'll keep you in the middle then.
All right.
And that was an 11 survival.
11 survival. Jove, you begin leading your party down this path. The trees clamber tightly to the sides of you. There are portions where you have to turn your body to the side to sneak past. Virgil doing the same, feeling your horns knock against some of these low-hanging branches, dumping snow down and around you. Each snap of branches echoes out, seemingly coming back even more forceful as you hear the echoes, as if each tree is mimicking the break. It's unnaturally quiet. And you begin to hear growling. Jove, you stop moving for the moment and listen in. As in front of you, you see a pack of a dozen or so mangy, malnourished looking dogs. They have dark matted furs. Some still have bits of snow ruffled into them. Their eyes dark, gleaming. They stand in front of you as they walk across your path, and A large hound, big bucking jaws on him, almost the size of a full wolf, stops and turns to you. Jove, make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That is a 3.
You feel your heart rate increase. The blood starts to pump through your body. That clawing sensation begins to bubble up in your stomach. You feel the challenge of this pack leader in front of you. You feel that bubbling, clawing sensation pull up into your throat, into a growl. You feel your hair begin to stand up. Your beard feels like it begins to stand on end. And without even consciously acknowledging it, a deep, low growl escapes your lips. You feel your eyes sharpen, your senses pull tight. Your teeth start to ache as they push forward. Roll me an intimidation check.
Ooh. Go. That is 18. Oh, actually, I have intimidation trained, so that's 20.
A 20. Virgin Alder, you watch Jove step forward. The growl turns into a bark, turns into a howl. As he takes 2 quick steps forward, as if barely holding himself from a leap. Immediately, this large dog in front of you, Jove, snaps its head and begins sprinting off to the side, the rest of his pack following, leaving a few yelps behind as they clear from your path. You feel your teeth start to slink back into you. The heart rate starts to lower. And your path is once again clear.
He'll kind of look back to check Alder and Virgil's, I guess, reaction to that before moving forward. I guess specifically, he's going to look at trying to see if Virgil is in a striking position.
Virgil, are you in a striking position?
So, the way that I was picturing it is when he started growling, I was getting ready to charge because I wasn't going to stop and attack once it happened. And also, we can handle wolves. But the second that the wolves went away, I would have gotten back. So I don't know how fast Jove turns to look, but pretty soon after the wolves decide to retreat, Virgil goes back to keeping his attention on the back.
You would see Alder squinting. It's less of a scowl, but more like he's analyzing.
Gotcha. Soaking in that information, Jove will not comment and continue forward, having cleared the path.
Jove, go ahead and give me that survival check.
Nice. That is a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. You find tracks, broken bits of branches, the half-broken, snow-laden footstep. You even see a bit of brown clothing caught on a branch. You feel confident that you're making ground. following the right path. They're not trying to be hidden, but they are moving quickly. As you pass through this kind of narrow path, it gives way to a small circle, a large tree in the center. Similar to a pine tree, but much thicker around. It seems to still have some foliage on it. Still feeding in this area, growing. And Jove, on the air, as you approach this tree, you smell death. It's coming downwind, straight from where you're headed. And as you look to the ground, you can see that there are footprints, misshapen. Instead of two sharp footsteps from what you assume is Hansi and Layla making their distance there, these seem irregular, broken. They're more of drag marks than they are footsteps. And Virgil, with your passive 14, you can't see behind the tree here, but you definitely hear the snapping of twigs, something dragging, footsteps. Approaching from behind that tree. And say, from where you're standing, I think probably 50 or so feet, the tree's about nearly 10 feet wide, and a blocking off view from here. And as Jove, you see these tracks, and Virgil, you hear this noise. What do you all do?
We don't have any sight on anything. It's just tracks and noise.
From right here, not yet. I only see the tracks, and you definitely hear the noise.
What direction Jove are the tracks pointed? Are they towards us or away from us? What's
If I'm understanding right, the drag marks are going kind of around the tree?
Indeed. Looking through, Jove, go ahead and give me an investigation check on these tracks.
That is a 8.
An 8. You're having a hard time making it out just because they seem to encircle the tree. They don't head back towards where you've come from. It's almost like they're just circling this.
Well, I think this is one of our few opportunities where we actually get the chance to take in more information before making a decision.
Indeed. Quick question though, DM.
Yes.
Alder would want to know, looking at his clock right now, around what time did they leave, do you think? And what time is it now?
Probably left,
As in, like, left in the morning even, like left the original camp.
you probably left, I'd say around like 8, 9 o'clock. Found the Moslaveric camp like 1:30, 2 o'clock. And so you've probably been traveling now for about an hour. Your conversation with Tyrese was not exceptionally long. So you'd think it's probably around 3:30, maybe going on 4.
Okay. Gotcha. He will real quick, he'll burn another first level slot to reignite the mage armor for the rest of the night or evening.
Gotcha. As you reapply that kind of charcoal coating to your body.
Well, yeah, I smell something awful on the wind. But these tracks, yeah, they look like they're just going around this tree, but there's got to be something nearby. It's not much hiding we can do here, but Virgil, you're right. We should try and drink in as much information as we can.
Yeah, Alder would definitely want to investigate the tree and like walk around it, see the other side.
Sure thing. Alder, you walk around the tree. There's more of these dragging tracks that seem to go around it. And as you reach the other side, you can see those same dragging tracks are two sets. One that seems to be heading north and one that seems to be heading south. Give me a perception check.
14.
Listening, you can hear, coming from the north, getting closer, those same dragging noises.
Fellas, heads up. There's something dragging something up north. I can hear it.
With the 14, I'll say, it is getting closer.
It's also
Let's hide.
It's hiding no way. Yeah.
Sure thing. Where would you guys like to hide? To kind of show the scene, there's this 10-foot in, I'll say, diameter tree. It is tall enough to where, and especially from your sight, you're not sure how tall it is, but clearly goes over 20 or so feet. Surrounding you is dense, smaller, thinner trees that would make it exceedingly difficult terrain to try to push through. The whole kind of circle all the way around probably has a diameter of, I'd say if the tree's 10 feet there, so it's 10 there, is about 40 feet across in diameter, making this kind of perfect circle. As if anything around this tree has just been pulled in.
It's a big ass tree. Does it look climbable? This
Certainly.
little tree? I guess Jove would attempt to climb up in there and get a little viewing spot as this thing is making its approach.
Athletics or acrobatics?
Let's go athletics.
Give me an athletics roll.
Nice, that's 23.
How high up do you want to go? The probably lowest hanging branch is probably about 10 feet up.
I want to go 15 feet up.
Indeed, you get 15 feet up into the tree. You have a nice kind of vantage point to where whatever's coming enters in from the north, you'll be right on top of them, if that's where you'd like to be.
Yes.
All right. Jove is perched in the tree. Virgil and Alder, where would you like to be?
How far out is like the brush then? You said was it 40 feet?
So hitting away from the tree, there's about, it's 40 feet all the way across. That one takes 10. So it's about 15 feet from the tree to the brush and the smaller, thinner gaggle of them. And it surrounds pretty much on all sides, minus the path leading north and the path leading to the south.
Alder will go hide in that brush then to the west. And
Gotcha.
as he does that too, he would also even try to use prestidigitation to try and like cover the tracks, or like to put snow over the tracks as he's walking.
Easy enough. And then Virgil.
I am gonna be kind of just like as far away from them as I can be. Not like opposite side, because I still want to be able to support Alder if he needs me. So pretty far away, but not all the way far away. So I'm thinking like southwest.
Southwest towards that one? Okay. That can be achieved. So with Alder to the west and Virgil to the southwest, Jove to the north, hiding in the tree. Can I have everybody give me stealth checks, and Alder, make your stealth check with advantage.
Or
16.
12.
Let's roll.
Joe, don't you get advantage for elf boots?
Yeah, I rolled with advantage.
I thought Joe was wearing the boots.
No.
No,
Oh.
I offered, but
Okay.
you let me use them.
The dragging noise grows louder. And Jove, you are the first one to see two figures. Their skin taut, tight, almost straight to the bone. They're unnaturally pale. Humanoid in appearance. Armored. Studded leather armor, to be exact. With old, faded ravens emblazoned on the chest. They have thick leather and fur-covered caps that come down the sides of their face. Their facial hair is rigid and frozen into place. Their eyes bright, with just ever bit of red almost shining out from them. Each one carries a long bow and a long sword, both of them dragging it behind them, the weight of the long sword pulling back on their arms. They move almost in unison, following the same path that you've seen dragged across the ground, heading south towards the tree. You see them get right beneath you, Jove. And Virgil, with your 6 or 4 in stealth.
Me?
Yes,
4.
4. And it's at that moment that a spider crawls onto your hand as you focus on these creatures appearing. You feel a small, painful prick into the hand. You go, ah! And slap your hand, crushing the spider. But as you slap down on it, it echoes out. The two whites turn. Long swords raise up unnaturally, as if their whole arm joints, devoid of any muscle, brings them up into a raised position, like awful, human-like toy soldiers. You hear loud, gaping noise as their mouths vainly try to suck the air into them in this macabre semblance of breathing. No mists or vapors leave as they exhale. and they begin heading in your direction in a beeline.
I'm immediately gonna run in a direction that would take their path to me beneath the tree where Jove is.
You run out full speed. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. As you brush from the outside ring, heading towards where Jove's at, trying to match them there.
14.
14, that'll do. You rush across the fields. I assume weapon drawn.
Not yet.
Not yet, so you rush over. Get right underneath where Jove's at. And as you do, you break out towards the scene. They both turn, the swords immediately fixate on you. As you see them shudder, shift, their bodies tighten as they begin to bear down on you and begin their attack. I need everybody to roll for... Go for it.
Draw my weapon now. Do they have like bodies or are they like skeletons?
They have bodies. They're just so thin and frail, they appear almost skeletal.
The nature of my check is, having fought numerous undead to this point, would I feel that my piercing weapon of the pick would be effective, or should I switch to a warhammer to make sure I hit something that would otherwise be pretty invulnerable to piercing damage?
I would say that they have enough body on them that your war pick would still be effective.
Okay.
They're not full skeletons. They still have flesh and like tongues, eyes, sockets, and cold still flesh.
Cool.
All right. Let's have everybody roll initiative. And this time, I'm not gonna get it mixed up.
No way.
No way, guys.
And it's our number.
That's hilarious.
Well,
Then I will say, you guys tell me. We can either rollies this one off, or you guys can decide which order you guys would like to be in.
I think. No, I don't care.
I think it makes sense for Jove to try and get down there towards you, Virgil, ASAP.
Right.
So I think me before Virgil, but I think Alder, if you want to pop off the first shot, that
If
works
I can
too.
go before Alder, I can make sure he gets movement to get in range.
So,
Oh, that's
Joe,
right.
Virgil,
Sure.
Alder.
I like that.
Sure. Works for
Let's
me.
do it.
All right, Joe, Virgil, Alder. All right.
Alder, do you need to get closer? How far is Alder away from these guys?
So,
When they
Alder,
get
you went directly to the west.
I went west. Yeah.
You came out 10 feet north, right underneath Jove, and they're coming to meet you right there. They'll have the movement to make it there, so that would make that, so 10 would be 15. Range on that one. So you are 5, 10, 15, plus 20. You are about 40 feet away from these things, Alder, if you run in a straight line at them.
40 feet. Okay.
So you don't really need my movement.
For
mean,
most of the range
yeah.
spells, I would assume not.
Yeah. For
Well, I hope
a
he doesn't have
firebolt
a
or
mixed
scorching
melee.
ray, I do not need the movement. It's only if I.
Well, no,
want to
you.
get
I'm
close.
saying you don't need any bonus movement, because even if you do need to get closer, you have movement to get closer,
True.
Only if he wants to get into melee.
right? Which I don't know why he would want to do.
I'm ready to see
could.
the scrappy wizard return. See that green flame blade.
Oh man, I've been more cautious on it just because our party is different this time around. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
I also
To start-
was just a very bold player back then, if I'm being honest. You know.
you know I favor the bold in these campaigns. Big moves are moves.
Even if the big move is shitting in your pants.
Yeah, like I said, big moves, baby,
Cody
big
is-
moves. The crit.
Should
the
I
crit.
have damn? Should I have let the crit fail rock earlier? You know.
Yeah.
Oh man, you should have.
That's how you get the girl.
I didn't learn. You're right.
You know what? You weren't there for it all there. You would have no idea. You didn't get to see the
It's true.
magic.
It's true, but Ryan as meta, should I have just let it rock? Probably. That's too.
You can fail your way into romance in my campaign. Let me tell you.
It's true. It's true. I know. I should know.
Yeah. Oh, Freddy's been very much betrothed to a red wizard. Imagine that. You could fail your way into that kind of relationship, and she's rad.
For now.
Looking at you, Throondrazi.
To be fair,
But-
Freddy is also a far more individual, but
Yes, also true. Also true. The least wizardly bard of the whole tower, one might say. But with that, the white on the left is going to move forward at the top of initiative and is going to use its longsword to attack Virgil twice. Oh, that's 11 and 12, which only makes this... it makes it a 16 and a 15. Not gonna hit.
Nope.
It moves with power, but not grace, as it stomps over to you in rigid, easily avoidable movements, in which each strike the ground. You can feel the power behind it, but they lack the dexterity to actually make contact with you. Moving down, it goes to Joe first.
Jove is going to jump out of the tree and do a reckless spear attack against this one that is beneath him and in front of Virgil.
You got it.
That is going to be for a 17.
A 17 will hit.
Excellent. That is going to be minimum again of 4 piercing on the way down as he grips that spear and makes that lunging, jumping attack. As he hits the ground, he'll break out the whip and do a similar attack against the same individual. That is going to be for another 17.
That'll hit.
And another minimum of 1 and 10 less movement speed until the start of my next turn.
Gotcha. Jove, you strike out against this, and your spear and your whip are met by cold, hard flesh and leather armor. You can see the marks on it, but you don't feel the effects.
Jove will position himself in such a way that he is shoulder to shoulder with Virgil and calls turn there.
Virgil.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it might be time where I finally do the thing. Oh, that's a 15 to hit.
That does hit. Disarming
Ladies
attack?
and gentlemen, disarming attack.
wow.
That's a strength save. Watch him succeed, even though he's a fucking white.
It's a 12.
It fails.
Yes.
Disarm the target. That's all it says. When I hit with a
You
weapon attack, I can add this to damage and disarm it if it fails the strength saving throw.
you crush your war pick into the hand of this white and see it crack its fingers in broken, odd angles, causing the sword to fall from its grasp.
As I do 11 silver piercing.
11 silvered piercing. You got it.
And I'm going to push it away from its sword with my horns as a bonus action, so it needs to make another strength save.
That one's going to be a 15.
That one does pass. And that's my turn.
All right. Then Alder.
Okay. Alder, since the burn hands likely won't work because they're in front here. So he will use a second level spell to Scorching Ray. So he'll do 2 on the one that Jove attacked, and then 1 on the other creature here, undead.
You got it.
So first attack is a 17. Second attack is a crit fail. I am very sorry, everybody.
Okay.
And then the third attack on the other undead out here is a 15.
Hit, miss, hit. Jove, make a dexterity saving throw. Since you came around the side.
Ooh, 21.
All right. The firebolt, you see it coming as this white is. As both, I believe, take single damage. You can hear the scream of this ray. And you're able to move out of the way. Go ahead and roll damage for each one of the whites.
Okay, first white is taking, that's 5 fire damage.
Okay.
The second one will take 10 fire damage.
Whew. As they both receive fire damage, you can see the dry, cold flesh catches in different bits. What was clinging to their faces and hair, you can see begin to alight, even with the cold. The burning damage seems to be effective.
Beautiful. And Alder will use his 30 feet to move towards the party. And that's his turn.
You got it. That leaves the other white, who's going to clear the gap and move in front of you, Joe, for 2 longsword attacks.
Let's see it.
One is a 7, the other's a nat 20.
There we go.
All right, so roll. Once again, where's my d8? That's a d10, that's the d12. I need the d8. You're always in the fucking wrong spot. Oh, you're underneath the bapes. There it is. Oh. Jove, you take... As it brings this down, as you dodge back from the scorching ray, you feel your face explode into pain as you take 19 points of slashing damage.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Sorry, 17 points of slashing damage.
Part of that is absorbed in from that temp HP I had left over. Awesome.
You can feel Jove that had the strike been 2 more inches to the right, it may have struck your eye.
Motherfucker.
Back to the top with the other whites, who does not have a weapon. So, it is going to do 1 melee attack against Virgil. Alright, that's cocked. Alright, that's only going to be a 12.
Oh.
And then it's going to use its drain attack. That's only a 10. Okay. Both attacks miss.
The second one was also on me.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, they're focus and fire. You're the one who disarmed it. Then go to Jove.
Yeah, that big crack in the face really is pissing him off. And already kind of feeling that bestial energy bubbling up in him just a little bit ago. He'll let it out just a little bit, though. Only use the 1 rage to go into the 25% mode as his fingernails fly off in lieu of these nasty claws. Because he's looking particularly mangy, he'll go ahead. So that's the bonus action, right, to rage, and then regular action to swipe across with his claws. Nice, so close to excellence. That is going to be 24.
That'll hit.
Nice. Finally, not minimum damage. One off of max. So that is going to be 16 slashing. No. Actually, 14 slashing.
Still a solid hit.
And it has 10 feet less movement.
Gotcha. All right. So anything else from you, Jove?
No, sir.
Virgil.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a swing at the other one.
Go for it. Let's see it.
14?
14 meets beats.
Nice.
Hey.
Disarming attack.
All right. Oh, this one's already disarmed.
Oh, is it?
Yes, it did not pick up its weapon.
No, I'm attacking the other one.
Oh, they attacked the one on Jove. Okie dokie.
Yeah. I finally get a chance to disarm things. I'm gonna disarm things.
I'm rolling hot. That's nat 20.
Damn. Alright. I mean, I rolled hot luckily on damage, so it's 16 silvered piercing.
All right. Now you break through and you can see the armor takes a heavy hit and starts to crack open from the cold and the force as you pierce into it with your war pick.
And I'm going to push it away with my horns, hopefully. Another strength save.
That one's only an 11.
Push 10 feet away from me.
So it moves 10 feet back. Using your horns with the power of your swing, it's lifted and pushed back the 10 feet.
That will be my turn.
All right, Alder.
Ooh, since he pushed him back that 10 feet, could Alder kind of like circle around and line up a burning hands on the two?
You could indeed.
Like just get him with like the 15-foot reach of the arc?
Yep.
Beautiful. Alder does just that, so I need dex saves from them, please.
Dex, they're okay-ish. Not with those rolls, they're not. That's a 5 and an 8.
Yeah, they both fail, so they will take full damage here. This is a level 1 spell here as well. Just FYI. Okay, so roll pretty low though, but they will take 9 fire damage each.
Good. Once again, they're gouted in that flame, that bit of amber and red mixing together, as they almost wafts over. They're less of an impact, and suddenly they're both wreathed in flame, like a screen being drawn in front of you. You can feel the heat warm your faces as it, like a fan, lights them both aflame. The one that you just pushed, Virgil, taking the brunt of it, starting to blacken and char and shake with damage. Anything else from me, Elder?
Don't know if he has any remaining speed, but he would use it to head back to the group.
Yeah, you've got 15 feet of movement, so... Do you want to be by Virgil or do you want to be by Jove? Choice is yours.
I would choose Virgil.
All right, you go up next to Virgil.
Save me, Big Minotaur.
As you should.
Yeah, right? That's a smart move.
So the one that was in front of Jove got pushed back, so it's its turn. It's gonna move forward. It's gonna make one swing with the sword on you, Jove, and then reach out with the hand. The first...
I'm going to do Sentinel.
And it has advantage. 'cause I attack
Okie.
recklessly.
Sentinel first.
Oh, that's my second 19 for an attack. So close. So 24 to hit.
24 to hit. That'll hit.
Disarming strike. This guy is putting his sword down. It's the last thing I do.
Alright, that's a 12.
Okay, it does drop its sword, but I only do 7 silver piercing.
7 silver piercing. Got it.
But hey, putting down his sword is half the battle.
So, then it's going to make a unarmed strike with advantage. One's a crit fail, the other one is a 17.
Hit.
You take 3 points of bludgeoning damage.
Already halved.
Halve to 2. And then it is going to reach out. Try to
And
touch
touch
Faith. That's
Whoa.
an unnatural 20, Jove.
I'll do.
You take 4 points of necrotic damage and make me a constitution saving throw.
Constitution. We are looking at an 11.
An 11. Joe, your hit point maximum is reduced by 4 points.
Nasty.
As the hand reaches in, it pulls its mouth, that same sucking air motion again. And as it claws into you with fell power, you can feel part of your blood be pulled into it. As it... The sucking noise is filled with this gurgling, like a sickly baby nursing off of your wound.
Mean.
Yucky. To the other whites. Gonna stand to deliver on you, Virgil. It is going to do the same thing. They're not very smart. So 1 unarmed strike. That's a 6. The other one is an... What's this? That's 16 plus... Is it unnatural 20?
Yep.
All right, I need you to make me a constitution saving throw. As you take 2 points of necrotic damage.
Crit fail for a 6.
Your hit point maximum is reduced by 2 as it follows lead as they both begin to nurse from your lifeblood.
How much does it decrease by?
2. Same amount of damage you took necrotically. Alright, it is now Jove.
Jove didn't like that at all, so he's going to do a little bit of action for the attack, doing so recklessly. That is going to net me a 23.
23 will hit.
So the first swipe, we're looking at 8.
8 damage?
13 slashing.
13 slashing.
And then we'll use the bonus action for the offhand. Ooh. So close to greatness yet again. That is going to be a 24.
Hit.
That is going to be... that's going to be 9 slashing.
9 slashing. As you continue to slash away at it, you're shredding through this thing, while that deep flesh is cold and hard and doesn't let out any noises of pain or distress. You are physically thinning it, and you can see chunk by chunk. It is nearing a point where it will not be able to hold itself up any longer.
Beautiful. And he will stay there.
Virgil.
I see it wavering, and I'm gonna go in to attempt the killing blow.
Let's see it.
23.
That'll hit.
11 silver piercing.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Kind of like the series of events where he disarms one, turns the other one, basically reaches out his pick like it's the the cane, the hooked cane, pulling somebody off of stage, and just grabs his sword and just throws it to the ground, pushes him away with his horns, and as he comes back in, Jove and Virgil just get a combo strike and just like knock it to pieces.
And you see that the legs fall to the right, the torso falls to the left, and the head falls backwards as you slash and pierce through this. With a sickening crack and squelch of cold, sticky flesh, it's torn asunder. Well, that's that.
And then, yeah, I pass.
All right,
Stand
Alder.
deliver for the other one.
Alder will cast Firebolt on the last one here.
Got it.
That is for a 19 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, and it takes 9 fire damage.
And fire damage. As more and more of its cold flesh is scorched away, you can see the bone exposed, and they seem nearly blackened from the flames. It begins to shake as well after that last strike.
Beautiful. That's all for me.
That leaves it to it. It is going to try to push towards Alder, leaving Jove in Virgil's attack range, as it goes after the source of the fire.
Jove will use his reaction to make an attack.
Go for it.
There we go. That's a nat 20, folks.
Alright, let's see it.
I might not even need to attack.
I know,
See what he does.
because that adds a d6.
Yeah, because of slasher.
Because I'm in Wolfie form. That
Ah,
adds the d6.
yes. Could've went for
it's
one or the other.
3d6.
Not looking great for Chaboy.
And I rolled 2 off of max.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that's 8. 6, 12, 23. That's for 39.
What?
Yeah. The 3d6 with exploding crits is ridiculous.
Oh my
Uh,
lordy.
It has 10.
I also take a sentinel attack.
Go ahead and roll.
All right.
I attack its dead corpse.
That is a 7.
A 7. Not
I
gonna
think
quite
that
hit.
misses. Damn.
As as the white reaches forward towards you, Alder, you can see its broken hand, bones pointing out like a sharpened weapon, its mouth gaped open, looking to draw your energy into it. Its fingertips get right to your throat for just a second before Jove, how do you want to do this?
Yes. Yeah, as it's like making its way for flavor, I'll just say that like Jove just like jumps on its back and puts as it's like reaching out to touch Alder, totally pancakes this thing and just hands into the back of the skull and just kind of wrenching it from the neck.
The skull. The body hits the snow first, followed by Jove's feet, and then finally you drop the head and it lands into the snow. You're out of initiative.
Whew.
And Jove, as
So
your
safe.
senses are still heightened, you smell copper. Immediately to your north.
Jove is going to, just immediately kind of follow that scent trail. He already was trying to kind of like get himself away from the party as the bloodletting subsided, but now that he's kind of caught a scent, he's rolling forward.
You roll forward as your heart continues to beat, and you see, partially covered in the snow, a copper bracelet of twisted metals in the same style as the rest of the Moslaverics, half buried in the snow heading north. You feel your features beginning to pull back as no blood pulls from you. The cold there and the cold metal as your claws pick up this bracelet. You can feel your heart rate. As you look at the bracelet, you see your hands, not your claws.
Kind of wiping the sweat off of him that I'm sure just pours out of him. He'll put a little bit of that snow on his face and kind of turn over the copper piece in his hands as he comes back to show it to Alder and Virgil.
And Jove, full dwarfling form, runs back to you all.
I got the scent of this in the snow. It looks like to be Vistani made. He'll kind of like hand it to Alder, or offer it out to Alder and say, who knows if it has any magical properties or anything like that, but you're our resident expert on that.
Well, I can certainly check if there's anything magical. Gonna need to take a breather real quick here. And Alder would ask to essentially ritual cast that, so you need about 10 minutes.
Yeah, the clearing, you don't hear any more scraping noises. The clearing is silent. The tree provides some shelter from the wind rustling along with this kind of large clearing. So yes, you absolutely can ritual cast that. It is not magical. It is simply a copper bracelet.
It's more or less a trinket. Nothing magical in nature, but does let us know someone came through here.
Sure does. Got to figure out if it's a breadcrumb or something worse. Obviously, nothing attached to it over there in the snow. So,
Are we just looking over the fact that it was found in the path of two things that would kill anything living that came past them, or?
And it does sound like they were dragging things around. It's possible it came off of a body.
certainly, whatever they were doing seems like almost like a patrol of some sort. Can Jove look at the White's armor and see if he recognizes it from any other experiences we've had here in Barovia?
Go ahead and roll insight.
16.
16. These are wearing actual armor. They are fully armed. And you recognize the raven symbol on their chest as the symbol of Lord Strahd von Zarovich, long may he reign. These are undead creatures now, but when they were alive, they likely were in service to Lord Strahd. They bear his imagery and are better equipped than just about everybody you've seen in Orsnu.
Well, these fellas look like knights of some sort. Into that Strahd guy, but yeah, I do think we probably should push on if we're have any hopes of finding this Layla. alive.
We still got at least a few more hours before it's probably too late to keep moving, so I say we push forward. Maybe we find whatever it was these things were dragging around.
Do the drag marks, DM, do they look like somebody was dragging a sled, or does it look like dragging a body that is fighting, I guess? Like, how clean are these drag marks?
Make survival check.
14.
14. It doesn't look like there's any signs of a struggle here. The dragging marks seem more similar to their inability to fully pick up their feet and their swords side by side dragging into the snow. What you tell is that they've been doing this for a bit, and there are clear, easily followable tracks leading to the north. You could follow their path even in the dark. You'll also notice that one of them does wear a bronze torque that is finely made. It glows slightly red and steams a bit from the heat it's been exposed to recently, but it does seem partially valuable.
Yeah, he'll pop it off the neck and
Go ahead and add a bronze torque to your inventory.
get torqued. Well, in any event, there's more tracks up here that I think we can follow.
Well, you all begin to head further north after your encounter with the Whites. Jove, no check is required to continue to follow these tracks. You follow for the better part of an hour. Although you can feel that you're slipping closer and closer to 6 o'clock. The dark foliage that crisscrosses like sharp blades above you begins to open. You could see the dark sky, the pale blood red afternoon turning into dusk as it streaks across, looking like waves almost across the sky. Dark clouds with red to backlight them. The dense trees give way to a large, rocky clearing, nearly 100 feet in diameter. At the center of this clearing, 7 massive, weather-worn stones jut from the grounds like blunt, misshapen teeth. And at the center of these standing stones is a small hill bearing a flat, table-like rock. You see a man is stretched across this table, bound with ropes and struggling weakly. And a Vistani woman stands above him. Dark hair, but pale, pallid skin that seems to hang loosely from her frame as if her body has aged 40 years. Her face may have been beautiful once, but now seems to hang down, her mouth wide, and she holds aloft a stone bowl in a clawed hand as she dabs some sort of symbol onto the man's chest. And as the red light begins to pour over the scene, that's what we're going to call it for tonight's episode.
Oh boy.
What a twist.
A twist.
Let us say goodnight to Jet.
Good night, chat.
Nighty night, chat.
Good night, chat.
Good night, chat. Yes, we had a nooner today for reasons outside of our control. Thank you for being here on this wonderful Sunday afternoon. We shall be at it next week, I believe, at a regularly scheduled time of 4:30. Right? Correct?
Yes.
Sweet. So, as always, peace in the Middle East. Much love. Thanks for tuning in.